this part's at 8.
You have the part that starts today. I think we started at 9.
Okay.
Our
Oh,
part.
okay.
Is the book there? Is Sunday there yet?
No, it's just Saturday.
Okay, I'll go find it.
In good shape. How's it going?
thank you for joining us for this training. I think we mentioned briefly yesterday, in the past we've put on these events and it's more speaking at you, and we've heard the appetite that we want to be having conversations with you. And so without further ado, I introduce you. Connor Reed is a political organizer and civic engagement professional with experience supporting candidate and community leaders interested in public service. His work focuses on helping individuals understand the practical realities of running for office, including campaign planning, messaging, and community outreach. So we are thrilled to have Connor from Country First Academy join us. And so I'll go ahead and hand it over. Thank you.
Before I let you go, Connor, I just wanted to tell everyone I'm super excited about this morning's what we're doing, particularly this. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this, and I mean it's early in the morning on a Sunday. But I want to thank you for being here. I don't know if you're interested in running for office, but I hope that you do. Yes, that's right. We need everyone in this. Let's just do it, right? That's how great things happen. And I mean, if you're here, you are exactly the type of person that we need running for office. So please take notes, ask questions. This is the most important session in my book. So thank you, Connor. We're excited to hear what you have to say, and I hope that there's just a bunch of principals firsters on the ballot in the next coming up election. So please, without further ado, we are excited to have you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Heath, and thank you, Brittany, and the Principals First team for having us. I'm very excited to present to you the work that Country First has done for a couple of cycles now in educating pro-freedom, pro-democracy individuals to run for office. One of the things that people often miss in the process of civic engagement is that the information game is something that also has to be democratized. If we want more Principals First type people in office, we need to make sure that they have the tools, both technical and interpersonal, to go out on the campaign and succeed to the best of their ability. So Country First Academy was founded on that principle, that everyday Americans have answered the call to serve, whether they are teachers, whether they're police officers, they're medical professionals. They're folks who want to do well in their communities and do good for their communities. And so in terms of offering them an on-ramp to civic service from whatever their past life might have been, you don't have to be a teacher, or police officer, or doctor to engage with us. It's an opportunity to put country first, to put your principles first, get on the ballot, and understand what it means to run for office. Now, one of the things we'll talk about is fundraising. And there's a lot of people in the business community who have experienced fundraising with their venture platforms, but it's very different when you're running for office as well. And so there's going to be a couple of things we talk about today that you might have some experience with in your professional life, whether that be marketing, fundraising, finance, or volunteer mobilization if you're engaged at a civic level today. And I hope that you will find it useful, and we'll make sure to have some time for questions. So, to begin with some of the materials we have, Country First Academy has a 30-part resource library, which we call our learning library. There are 14 webinars, 14 templates, and 2 tech tools that cover the issues of running for office. So the 14 webinars range from compliance to messaging, fundraising, social media, grassroots outreach, grassroots game planning, if you have a voter file, how do you navigate it, and more to help you digest a full syllabus of assignments of what it takes to run for office. With that in mind, we actually do have a resource called the syllabus, just like you're in the classroom here at the Academy, and that is your list of public officials. The most common question I get is, what can I run for? And that's where people need sometimes the most help, especially if you're looking at the hyperlocal level, because it's not always that easy to identify. So if you go to our website today, there's already all of your elected officials at the federal and state level, and in 25 of the 50 states, all your county level officials, including some special purpose board districts, are there as well. I come from a computer science background, so OpenAI was an opportunity for us to integrate the advent of artificial intelligence into our work. Hey Professor is an OpenAI-powered chatbot that answers your questions about running for office that has been trained on our educational materials. So if you're not on the phone with us, you can still engage in a more meaningful way because it has access to the brain that we have. Hopefully it doesn't take my job. So we'll start today with a little bit of an overview of what we'll talk about. There will be 5 parts, and the goal of this is to have you walk away with a true skill set, whether it just be awareness or enrichment of what it takes to run for office successfully, meaningfully, and to engage thoughtfully with your community. So the first one is the most important one. That's compliance, ballot access, and your first steps when you want to become a candidate. Nothing else matters with regards to your messaging, your fundraising, your social media, your field team, if you can't get your compliance and your administrative stuff in order. And the reason for that is because you can have so well-intentioned runs at office, but if you can't get your HR paperwork, that's what I call your nomination paperwork, in order, then your election authority will very well disqualify you. So we want to make sure that your foundation is strong in the fundamentals that will allow you to be a candidate legally, and so that way the fund can begin. The next part we'll focus on is social media, advertising, and messaging. Getting the word out is one thing, crafting it to your audience is another. Fundraising and budgeting, it's so much of running for office is raising a dollar, but also knowing how to wisely spend it is equally as important. Field team development. No campaign goes at it alone unless you're in a town of less than 100 people, which that doesn't apply to. You can't do everything by yourself. And for that reason, we'll talk about some of the most common roles on a campaign, what that looks like, and how to mobilize said individuals. Election day and leadership is also arguably the most important of these, because whether it's leading up to election day and it's your get out the vote, or once you win, or if you gracefully lose, what does it look like when you step into civic service? How do you serve your constituents? What does that have to look like from your perspective? Okay, so let's begin with part one, talking about compliance. The first thing you have to do, and this is less so compliance, but more about the thought process that goes into beginning the idea of running for office, and that's refining your why. So you have to clarify your personal motivations to run and your public purpose. There has to be a clear, definable message to your general audience, your electorate, as to why you're running, and it has to sound authentic. So for that reason, tie your life and your life stories to your run for office. Anecdotes are great, but the applicable skills that can translate is even better. Articulating a vision that voters can understand and trust is equally as important, because people have to know when they hear you that they're hearing someone who brings genuine appreciation for their community to their ears, and so that in their run for office, they know that there's a candidate who's serious about stepping into service. Candidates should assess time and financial commitments, because the most common issue that I see that disrupts a really well-intentioned campaign is the fact that folks underestimate how much time it takes to run for office. That's not a full-time job, mind you, and in many cases, the office you will serve is not a full-time job. There's only a couple of state legislatures that are even full-time jobs. But that doesn't negate the fact that your weekends are going to be densely populated on your schedule with campaign activities. If you have a family, this definitely factors into your decision because of responsibilities at home. And so for that reason, we encourage you to thoughtfully talk out with your family your intentions to run, your aspirations, so that way your fundamentals at home internally are great and taken care of before you step out into the arena, and then the pulls of a campaign are a strain on your time. Early preparation builds resilience, not just because of the fact that you want to make sure that you feel confident in everything that you would have to assess before a run for office, but also when creating a plan early, it allows you to adapt with flexibility to the variation in a campaign. And so for that reason, if you take care of the bedrock of your campaign early and taking care of your ballot access and your compliance, everything else, that can run on autopilot while everything else changes on the day-to-day. So the most important thing at the start of this is understanding that you have to form a committee. So there is an entity when you're running for office, and that is your campaign committee. Some places call it a principal campaign committee, and you have to go to your election authority and register with them to become an official candidate. So some places call this a statement of organization. Some places call this a declaration of candidacy. Some places call it a statement of interest if you're in a state like Arizona. And this is the process of going about and saying that there is a committee to elect John Smith, and that way you have an entity to receive donations, which comes into play when you need an EIN and a bank account. So when you register your candidacy and your committee promptly after deciding to run, you're giving yourself the longest legal runway to go out and run for office. There's a lot of restrictions in counties and states across the country about the political activity that is permitted before your committee is actually registered. In a lot of cases, the answer was none, outside of informal exploration and attending your partisan meetings. Early compliance security enables fundraising, spending, and voter outreach because of everything I've said so far with regards to making sure that everything is taken care of on the boring side of things so the fun can start and your campaign can take shape. The Next step you have to do is you have to appoint a treasurer. In a lot of cases, you also might have to appoint an official chair or chairperson of your campaign. In many cases, that can be you or the treasurer themselves. Some states allow you to be the treasurer for your own campaign. We often suggest that it be another individual, so that way you can focus on the campaign while somebody else focuses on the financial obligations of that. There's going to be a lot running in your mind, whether it be events, whether it be knocking on doors or chasing donations that you'll have to consider as a candidate. And so we don't want that to slip by the wayside when it comes to your financial obligations that can carry heavy penalties, especially if they're financial in nature. So when we talk about finance, there's a couple things we need to consider, and one of them is contribution limits. You can't donate an infinite amount to an elected official. There are some states that have much higher contribution limits than others when it comes to a campaign. The federal congressional campaign contribution limit is $3,500 per election, so we're talking $7,000 over the course of a year from an individual. But in a state like Tennessee, you're looking at less than $2,000 per cycle, so less than $4,000 over the course of a full year. And so for that reason, getting grounded in what the rules are for your specific election is very important. Don't assume it's a one-size-fits-all from either your state or the federal government because elections are hyper-local. Later, inaccurate filings can result in fines and reputational damage because sometimes those fines can be upwards of 30 to 40% of what you might need to raise in total when running for office. And so for that reason, making sure that things are on time, in order, and accurate is incredibly important. I talk about the separation of finances from a treasurer's perspective. The other thing you have to consider is the separation of finances from your own personal finances. The IRS is not going to allow you to commingle your personal bank account with that of your campaign, which is why you set up a committee to begin with. You need a separate entity to receive your donations. And so obtaining an EIN from the IRS as a 527 organization allows you to achieve that separation. And allows you to create a bank account with that and then maintain all your reporting through a direct channel that isn't factoring into your own personal budgeting, which makes things easier when it comes to your own tax time and also makes things easier when it comes to your legal obligations. Ballot access is a general umbrella term that deals with, as you may have guessed, getting on the ballot, but it takes a couple of steps in a couple of places to do that. Some require all of the above, some only one, some none. And it's you can if it's really hyperlocal, you can go and sign up. Think special purpose boards like soil and water conservation districts. You might only need a handful of signatures, whereas some places, if it's really small, you might be able to get on the ballot by registering because in many of those races, there's times where there's no candidate who has filed. So your ballot access rules range in signature requirements by jurisdiction. If you're looking at the local level, think municipal, you're looking at 50 to 100 signatures. Once you get into the state legislative level, you're looking at a couple hundred, and Congress is when you approach the thousands. If you're running as a partisan candidate, those are typically your thresholds around there. If you're looking to run as an independent candidate, you can double it because in a lot of places, they require you to get 2% of the overall population for your district. So, what we have to also consider is that you can pay for placement on the ballot in certain states, like in Minnesota, if you're running for state legislature. You can pay, I think it's like $500 Oklahoma, you can pay $500 to get on the ballot to run for state representative. These are called filing fees. Some of them are administrative in nature and required that are more like in the range of $25 to $100. But there are some states where it can be in lieu of collecting signatures, which if you're crunched for time, could be a reasonable avenue for you to get on the ballot if it's not prohibitively expensive, as long as you form your committee, get your EIN, apply it to a bank account, and make sure that your financial compliance is in order to receive that donation. When you're navigating the political landscape, and this is something that people at Country First and those at Principles First have to contend with often, especially if you find yourself at odds with your local political party, given the broader environment, is setting your North Star early to know what it is that will be your line in the sand, what also will it be that you set as your direction for your partisan activities. So some of these may include the structural requirements. So if you need to run in a primary, or you're going to go straight to the general election. If you have to run in a primary, making sure that you're contacting your local county party chair very early is going to be very important. If you're running as an independent campaign, it's also very important that you understand the parts of the electorate that might be swing-type voters, which you can easily get modeled from a source like L2 or any other voter data resource, and we'll talk more about this later, that identifies voters and their habits, whether it be frequency and also their perceived allegiance to their party. When we talk about early relationship building, this is something that I often tell folks when you're determining your timeline in running for office. It's incredibly important to start a little bit earlier than you think might be needed. If you want to run in 2028, I would begin laying the groundwork, so to speak, in the summer of 27. Now, what does that look like functionally? It means attending events. It means looking to connect with your local party, working on their voter outreach. Even if there's no big elections, if you're not in Virginia or New Jersey, and in 2027 you don't have your state legislature up, I believe Mississippi and Louisiana also have a few on rotation. There's going to be local offices that are going to be up. There might be school board, for example. So building up some goodwill with the partisan infrastructure that you have locally will be very important when it comes to running your campaign, and forging those relationships early on will allow you to be successful. Assembling your team. No campaign goes at it alone. So when we talk about your staff and volunteer base, this is largely dependent upon your budget. But your campaign manager might be someone who's also the treasurer and or your chief advisor for the campaign. Your field director is going to handle your volunteers. Your finance director handle your fundraising as well as your budgeting. And your communications director handling your outreach and your messaging. Okay, so let's talk about part 2, social media and messaging. So social media and the digital game is where campaigns are often won today. And so for that reason, you need to consider what megaphones you will use to amplify your voice when it comes to running for office. That would be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Blue Sky, Threads, YouTube, etc. You have to also make sure that you are coming up with a solid content calendar of posts to have over the course of a month, whether it be 2 months, whether it be the evergreen posts that will always work. Think of those as your stock images, your stock video that you can publish anytime and say, I'm running for this office because I believe in fiscal responsibility, personal liberty, etc. Engagement versus broadcasting is a nuance I often emphasize to folks because engagement would mean more so directly talking with the folks in your comments or taking the comments you receive in aggregate and posting a video on something like that. I've heard a lot from you on X, Y, and Z, talking to your community. Broadcasting is more so from origin, your voice when it comes to running for office. And they have different viewpoints, different perspectives on when they should be used, especially when it comes to around Election Day, because one has more of a listening tone than the other. This is also where advertising comes into play to make your message more clear and more spread out. Text-based versus short-form video, it probably takes more comment on where we are with regards to the social media landscape with TikTok, Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, YouTube Shorts, with short-form vertical video being integral to the communications game in today's landscape for media. And so getting comfortable in front of the camera is a must in the 21st century if you're running in a large enough election. Audience refinement with advertising can get very specific in your targeting, even so much as the location, the folks who they follow, the lookalike audience that you build will be very important, so that way your message is able to be sent out to those who will be most well received by that you've calculated from some internal metrics. And then from there, you're able to make sure that your message is disseminated to those who will have the most positive reception to it. Nobody likes a big block of text. That's why I'm very proud to have only 5 or 6 bullets a slide. Nobody wants to have a large paragraph as an advertisement. Everything should be flashy and should be quick and should be concise because the attention span of the average individual today is so short. That being said, part of this is making your visuals very compelling, using your transitions properly to make sure that the content you're putting out is captivating and it's not just content rich. Telling a story and making an ask comes with this, because it goes back to your why statement. Why are you running? And then what is your call to action? Whether that's vote for me, donate to me, volunteer with me, or answer this question, or engage in a virtual town hall. Making sure that you have an engaging part side of this is incredibly important. We talked about evergreen posts when it comes to things that are more stock-based that can be posted at any time versus time-sensitive campaigns, whereas early voting starts tomorrow. Can you commit to getting 5 people that you know to vote? So all of these are the messaging dynamics when it comes to advertising that you can use to take your lookalike audiences and really send a message home in a targeted way. 531 messaging is a big umbrella for messaging development that we have at Country First Academy. And I'll look at the last bullet there. It should focus on 3 policies you care about and therefore tied to 3 relevant proposals for your passion. 3 policy failures and 3 remedies for the things that folks are already enduring. So this takes a present and past mindset and looks to apply an idea of, well, here's where we are, here's how we can get better, here's where I'd like to go, and here's how we get there. Part of this is also 3 ways your opponent obstructs this. Obviously, campaigns should generally be positive. We don't want the mudslinging that we see today. But part of this in running a campaign has to also be differentiating yourself from an opponent. And so tying these things together in one message, that's the one there, should be the focus of how you button up the way you speak to constituents and the emphasis you place on the policies that you care most about. Okay, let's talk about fundraising and budgeting. Money matters here, folks, and it's not a donation or a gift. It's important that you reflect a campaign donation as an investment in community. And the difficulty that people face when it comes to getting campaign donations is that that investment isn't going to have a YTD rate of return. It's not going to have a stock chart that you can see the immediate value of, but rather it's the confidence and character that people would be donating to when it comes to their campaign and the folks that they have elect them to office. Political donations can be awkward, especially if you're not familiar with this. A lot of people struggle with asking for money when it comes to campaign because the general public attitude and dissatisfaction with politics today doesn't necessarily allow for that dialogue to be pleasant, but it's necessary. And if I always say that if you want to change the democratic arena, you can't just buy a ticket, you got to be on the field. And so for that reason, getting over that hurdle mentally is very important. When it comes to your first base of donations, we call this your angel donor. So, I don't know how many Rolodexes there still are, but flip through your cards or flip through your contact list, and from there, you should be populating a list of your first 1,000 people that you can think of, whether it be your Facebook friends, whether it be the people you text, whether it be other folks on social media, and identifying who those people are that are the bedrock of your familiar or friend support, who might be most likely to donate to your campaign, and think about what might be a reasonable ask, because they'll provide the initial financial solvency for your campaign. The last point there is incredibly important because anybody can raise a lot of money, but a lot of people can equally spend it just as poorly. And making sure that your campaign isn't in debt at the end of the election and you don't have to keep raising money if your campaign is over is very important. Because if you find it difficult to raise money while you're running for office, try to think about raising money to run for office after you've lost. So that can be very difficult. Now, fortunately, if it's anything that anybody has loans at the campaign and they're willing to write it off, that can be a workaround. But try to spend wisely and practice good financial habits in-house. So when you get to office, you can actually practice what you preach. When it comes to fundraising strategy, there has to be a couple of ways you go about this. It can be a plate at dinner, it can be a gala, it can be knocking on doors, it can be sitting at a coffee shop talking with voters and asking that they buy your next one by scanning a QR code and donating to ActBlue, Win Red, Anadot, what have you. This is the other component to that. I mentioned small dollar, is prioritizing the recurring donation base that will allow you to carry through your campaign, through your vision, with the financial cushion to do that, whether that's your recurring costs around paying staff, sending out mailers, subscription services, et cetera. Part of this will also be fulfilled by candidate and volunteer call time. You'll be getting call list from your local election board, or you'll get call list from your wherever you purchase them from, whether they be from your party or loaded into your state software, and asking folks for money. And a lot of those voters are scored on models for the reliability as donors, the reliability to support you, and so you can make more educated assumptions about their likeliness to support you. Just make sure you dedicate some time to that volunteer and candidate call time, because that personal relationship building will also pay dividends down the line. The other thing that can sometimes help with breaking the ice here is making it clear what the money will be used for. And so I say all that because if you know you need to raise another $5,000 to send a mailer to the next 10,000 people in the ward over from you, making that pitch very clear allows voters to feel a sense of responsibility and have a part in the success of your campaign, and that's where storytelling really comes into play. Fiscal responsibility is something I've touched on, so I apologize for getting ahead of myself. But making sure that you don't overspend early and spend it on things that are poorly thought out is incredibly important because you're dealing with limited resources. And so if your budget for a city council race is $10,000 and there's somebody who wants to sell you signs for $3,000, let's think about the cost there. Let's think about if your area is very rural and your door-to-door knocking would be fairly difficult and more time intense, then maybe that's something you consider. But overall, let's make sure that we are preserving cash flow. At the bottom, I talk about some of the most common costs for the campaign. Yard signs, everybody's seen them. Palm cards, everyone's been given one. Digital and software has to deal with like your walkbook apps that you can use when you're knocking on doors and saying, I've been here, as well as the digital advertising space. That's part of your messaging. And so making sure you have a clear budget early on is very important to guarantee that your money you know where your money is going and where you'll need to fill in gaps. EDDM stands for Every Door Direct Mail. There are mail service providers, vendors that you can enlist to take care of this for you. Part of this also can be done directly through the post office if you want to really go about it your own way. And so you can expect for these to be between 65 and 75 cents a mail piece, a little bit more than a stamp because it's targeted and it has to be designed. Okay, so we have two more sections, but these are shorter. Field team development, volunteer recruitment. There's 6 key points that when it comes to volunteer recruitment that we have to think about. Efficiency, retention, development, skills optimization, effort, and training. The first thing is efficiency. We need folks to be quick, and we need to make sure that they're delivering results fast because the only thing that every campaign receives in equal measure is time. When it comes to retention, we need people to come back. We need them to have a positive experience. This is where going out and buying the coffee and donuts for your staff and your volunteers is very important because politics is the business of people, so that relationship building should start at home. When it comes to leadership development, there's going to be folks who, if they enjoyed this, are going to be helpful for you in your future runs for office or regionally for your party or for your friends or those who are considering running for office. So making sure to make folks feel that they have a role in the success of your campaign is fundamental. Skills optimization comes down to also comfortability levels. So there's some people who might prefer to be talking on the phone with folks more than they are knocking on doors. And so recognizing and matching where people want to serve rather than just pigeonholing them into certain responsibility roles is very important. Measuring effort, volunteers, you should be grateful for their time, but you should make sure that you're also tracking their deliverables. If you say, let's knock on 100 doors, and they get to 85, great. If you say, let's knock on 100 doors, and they get to 3, then let's make sure that you aren't counting on somebody for a role they're not fulfilling. Training is also important because especially when it comes to your messaging, you don't want rogue volunteers, you don't want rogue staff going out and saying the wrong thing. This is where providing scripts is very important so they can stay on message and then they don't accidentally flub on your core fundamentals of policy when you're running for office and you aren't there to be your own spokesman. Data analytics is something that I could run a whole presentation on this alone. So for what I will say is at the end of the presentation, if you go to our website and sign up, check out Less Than 10 Grassroots Game Planning. And what that will walk you through is a sample Excel sheet of a voter file. And if you got this in raw text form, how do you just take a random spreadsheet and turn it into a targeted list by 3 out of 4s, 4 to 4s, counties, cities, streets, and then organize that to create a walkbook for yourself. Now, if you're running a congressional campaign, this might be really unwieldy because you're dealing with probably like 350, 400,000 registered voters. But if you're running for city council, this is something you very feasibly could do on your own. Data points ought to inform, not dictate. This is, again, still a people's business. Data is a tool. It's not the be-all, end-all. It should be a guide and your North Star for maybe some direction, but not necessary for every action. Voter files is the list of the publicly available registered voters. You can get that from your clerk. A lot of times that is free. Sometimes there's a nominal cost. The other opportunity you have is to go to something like L2, which is a national voter file compilation database that takes in all of the resources from the state and local election authorities, couples that with marketing data that they source from third-party vendors, and creates a lot of scoring metrics for this person's likely to care about the climate. This person's likely to care about democracy issues. This person we know has donated to congressional candidates in the past. This person's firmly Republican. This person's very independent. And so for that reason, there can be a lot of tools that you can have in your toolbox to approach your data game. Using data in your campaign is instrumental to victory because it's also the most underused, especially at the local level. At the congressional level and truly at the state level as well, that it is firmly in place. But if you're considering a run for county or local office, you're ahead of the game because a lot of folks just consider going to their local committee meetings for their party and less so about the nitty-gritty granular details when it comes to, well, if I go to State Street, I know that there's 5 houses that is voted 4 out of 4 times, and they're all Democrat, or they're all Republican, or they're independent, and they're the folks that I need to target. Okay, get out the vote ties into our 5th and final section, then we'll open the floor to questions. Is mobilizing your voters into vote-obtaining action. This phase used to only be 1 day, but with early voting being something that is so widely used, as well as mail-in voting, this has to start a lot earlier. So GOTV is not a 1-day thing. It's usually about a month-long phase. If you're in the state of Virginia, it's going to be about 45 days because early voting starts in September. So organizing your voter contact, taking all the list of outreach that you've done over the course of your campaign, organizing it in a CRM, customer services relationship manager, you might have even had experience with for your business, versus Excel. I talk about when to upgrade when it comes to the size of your election. And using email marketing, using MailChimp, using SMS and MMS marketing, sending out texts. You get SMS text for 4 to 6 cents each, and MMS text from 7 to 9 cents. It's a really good deal. And using that with your targeted list to reach people on their personal devices. Email open rates is great if you can get 20%. Text, you're looking at definitely over 50%. Now, with a lot of spam filters, sometimes your carrier will block these. They've gotten very good at that in recent years, but it's still a very effective method. The last point there, FCC and opt-in rules is important because you have to respect folks' role on the, or placement on the do not call list if you're doing robocalling, or if they've opted out and not messaging them again. Okay, we'll breeze through this last part. So Election Day operations is about executing on your GOTV plan in its final stages. The other data point that I'll mention is you could probably pull from your clerk how many people voted on Election Day versus early in your jurisdiction, which will inform this decision making. Poll visitation is a touchy subject because you definitely do not want to come across as intimidating in any way because that would be illegal. But there are definitely distances that you can have from polling locations to place signs and still hand out literature before folks enter the voting location. And that's usually like 100 or 200 feet from the doors. Each state has different rules on that. And Team Watch Party is the fun side of things, but that's your opportunity to recognize your hard work that you've done over the course of the probably 2 years or a year and a half that you've run for office, whether informally or formally, and taking the time to close the books on that. The closing of polls isn't the closing of the campaign. You're going to have finance things to take care of. Your final reports are going to be fundamental to your legal obligations. You're going to have to close probably a Q4 report in December, as well as maybe one in January. If you plan to keep the committee open, you're going to have to do that between now and the next election. Paying vendors and remedying final budgets is also part of this. There's some times where vendors might not bill you to the end of the election cycle. Make sure to pay up and you have the money saved for that. In terms of what you do if you have leftover money, you can donate it. Some states have that as an auto option. For the Secretary of State's website, it'll donate to charity. You can donate it to other candidates. You can refund it if possible. But bottom line, the last point is holistically the mission of why we're here, is unity and victory for people who voted for you, didn't vote for you, or didn't vote at all, and humility in the defeat and acknowledging the outcome of the election. When it comes to legislating and being the elected official you seek to be represented by, think about your accessibility constituents, what your like open office hours, what your constituent services will look like, and so that way you can make sure that you're embodying an engagement in the democratic process that you are here today to see more from in our politics, and you don't fall victim to the same the removal from civic life. The other thing to consider is we've partnered with Power of the Polls in the past to get folks to sign up to be election workers. If you do lose, this is an opportunity to stay engaged in the civic process and is very fundamental to your accessibility to the community should you run again. Okay, so recap on what we've done and then we'll answer questions. So if you go to our website, countryfirstacademy.org, the word is spelled out first, but in my email, it's 1ST. The domain there's a difference in the email and in the website. So I talked about the 14 webinars, tech tools, and templates. They're publicly accessible. You have to complete the Run for Office form as well as the Lesson 1 form to receive access to those. And I'd encourage you to monitor the syllabus, which is our mapping resource for the list of all your other county elected officials as we wrap up that project in the coming weeks. So I'll leave you with our quote, and then I will open the floor to any questions. We need more folks engaged because getting the town square back in order takes the pragmatic left and the principled right to put country first and make sure that we're having the conversations that need to be had, the reasonable policy that needs to be put forth, and all-encompassing fidelity to democracy and the democratic process that more folks need to be engaged with, so that way we have a better outlook on why we're here, and that the conversations we're having in the exhibitor room is not how bad things are, but rather how from the ground up we're able to really make a difference in terms of what our local and county elected governance looks like in 26 and 28. So that way we have a bench of folks potentially for state level office in 30 and beyond. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I will I'll open the floor to questions. Yes, Nieta.
I'm already involved civically. I serve on my city's disability commission, so I'm already subject to the state ethical rules because it's technically a political appointment. So my question is, if you're already involved and you're trying to make the transition from an appointed position to an elected position, how do you do that?
Great question. So I think first part is identifying what office you seek to run for. Our city, our syllabus is going to provide an office to that. It can be hyperlocal at the city level. It can be something that's elected at the city level, like a planning board. And so I think it would just be more surveying your opportunities and finding a match for you. I have a question back there.
Does your organization back candidates?
Good question. So we're a 501c4. We do not endorse or provide direct donations to candidates. We're a purely nonpartisan civic education nonprofit. Yep.
Yeah. I came in a little late, but listening to what you're saying, I got back to my original thought about plans for myself. And I'm a little old lady. I'm already 67. I'd probably do much better being the person who takes care of all the details, being the staff. Is your training good for learning to do that? And do you think about developing people who want to do that part?
Yeah, great question. One of the things we did in 2024 is there were a lot of folks who signed up on our website and said they were interested in running for office, or interested in getting involved in the process, not running for office, but civic or volunteer opportunities only. And so one of the things that we focused on for 2026 and beyond is what that volunteer base may look like and some of the leadership development when it comes to staff. In terms of the training, I mean, a lot of this will be applicable because this is directed towards candidates, but I could sub out candidate training for staff training and the same would apply because the principles of how to manage a budget, what your focus should be on messaging is something you'd have to do if you're a comms director versus if you were a candidate. So in terms of the education, maybe there could be some tailored content, but I think a lot of it still applies. In terms of the current cohort, we've done that in the past, and I hope to resume that in the future. Yeah.
Hi. I'm in my 5th year serving on the select board in my town, which is sort of small town version of city council. I'm also an independent. I'm wondering if you could comment, well, going back, the select board, it doesn't matter that I'm an independent because it's really not political.
Nonpartisan office, yeah.
But I'm wondering if you could comment on independents running for office.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, one of the things that independents are afforded is the opportunity, if you're considering local or county office, a lot of them are structurally nonpartisan, as you said, so there's no primary. In terms of independents running for higher office, I think it's great. I think it's, a call to that there's almost a near majority of Americans who identify as independent. I think there's probably some structural hurdles that they have to overcome. Like I mentioned, you sometimes have to get double the signatures as a partisan candidate. I think in terms of the merits of an individual race, that's a case-by-case basis. But I think with the right investment of time, and we would look at what could have been Senator Dan Osborne in his election in 2024, when he came rather close to beating Deb Fischer. We look at Angus King, who's a current independent senator. And so I think that the future of independence is largely contingent on careful selection of races, and that there's some that are more opportune than others, just based on numbers alone. If an R plus 70 district or a D plus 70 district, that might be tough to overcome. But if it's like R plus 15 or D plus 15, or there's one party who bows out, then there's an opportunity there. If both parties participate, then it comes with navigating a thread in the middle, but that can be done. I think that there's just no one broad brush or one size fits all that applies to that. But good question. Yeah.
For a rural campaign, do you have advice on the best or most efficient way to reach voters? Social media is big, but there's also a lot of info bubbles.
A lot of info bubbles, you said? Yeah, like partisan silos, like online, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, great question. Well, I mean, in terms of combating those directly, unless your Facebook groups would forbid this, I would encourage candidates to try and take part in what those local town talks may be, or if there's little partisan chatters, try to get yourself approved in those groups. In terms of the broader social media game in rural areas, that can be a way to disseminate information. The targeting that could be a little bit more loose, but I would also say that your signs and your legacy printed materials, your billboards, is another great opportunity there, especially because if you're dealing with not row homes but a home every quarter mile, having something that is larger and that's standing on a main road, especially if you're running for a city council campaign, would probably be a better name ID awareness investment.
I was wondering if your website includes analytical tools about things like where offices are terming out, like the current elected official is terming out in whatever period of time, and or the ability to see historically uncontested roles, things of that nature.
And so in terms of the data on uncontested roles, that would be great. We do not have that. I think that's also very variable per election cycle. I've seen a couple of county offices in my research in the Midwest, like in Illinois, for example, I think it was in Tazewell County. They didn't get a full slate of elected officials to run for county board, and so there's going to be two offices that are writing campaigns. That's so election to election that I think would be difficult to judge. In terms of what elected officials are up for election that year, the syllabus has this. So when you enter in your address and you click and you see who your elected officials are, part of that will be the next year that they're up for re-election. And it looks like we have time for one, maybe two more questions.
Okay, you mentioned that the Country First Academy was only a educational thing with no support. What about the Country First writ large? Are there people that Country First organization supports out loud?
Yeah, so in terms of institutional support, the Academy doesn't broadcast to the public who the candidates are that have come through our system. In terms of the Country First orbit, some of the work that they've done has been more action focused, but in terms of the direct ties that the Academy and Legacy Country First has, that's work that, because we're separate entities, there has to be some bit of a wall in between, there's just legal obligations around that. But in terms of support, whether financial or amplification-wise, that's entirely contingent upon them. And I wouldn't be directly involved in that for IRS reasons. Yeah.
Yes, can you talk a little bit about polling, particularly in smaller campaigns where you can't go to spend a lot of money on the high-dollar professional firms?
Yeah, sure thing. So polling, when it comes to local campaigns, you might actually find rather successful returns on texting, because if you have a curated list, let's say you say, well, I want to model 1,000 registered voters in my district, and I know that there's 37% Democrat and 37% Republican and 26% Independent. I mean, well, the first thing I would think of, if I'm expecting a 20% return rate, then I would send a text out to, 10,000, or excuse me, 5,000 individuals at 10 cents a text, called a $500 survey that is modeled to the voter list. And then once that comes in on the returns, I would weight that accordingly. So I think you can run your own polls. It can be somewhat expensive. The returns can be, in terms of people who actually answer the question, rather low, because people get spam texts all the time. But if you're running on a thinner budget and can't hire a firm, that would be my way to do it. All right, looks like we have time for one more question, and then I'll turn it over to the principal's first staff. Oh, yeah, in the back there. Yeah, I'm sure there is. In terms of conversion rates on mailers, the data would be escaping me now, but I do know that some of the reports that have come out from APOR, American Association of Political Research, has been that it has decreased, partly especially with the younger generation who doesn't check their mail as often, and so sometimes it's not as timely received. Also, as soon as people get mail, because we get so much junk mail now, it's tossed out as soon as you receive it. So I think its influence has declined, which is why the advertising that we often encourage is that of digital in nature, especially in highly densely populated areas where EDDM would be expensive. That's your mailers again. And so it's definitely effective. It's been declining and such, but it's still a valuable tool. And it looks like I'm going to yield 22 seconds back. So Greg did rather well. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
that was more successful than I ever thought it would be. Yeah. I thought it would be. It worked. It worked too good. I think we're gonna have a lot. To this, we didn't know exactly how it would go, so. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, thank you. I hope those conversations were helpful. I know it was a short amount of time, but so people were glad to have. Okay, I'm glad it was useful. It was obviously a little we organically organized, as much of the things that we do are, but it's exciting, and I hope you also felt it was exciting to just see that there are other folks in your region from where you came from, and there's a lot that we can do. But I do want, just for people that were trying to get involved, I want to introduce Ravi, who's going to tell you how to plug in, get in touch with us get in touch with you, so that this conversation can keep going and the planning can begin. So Ravi, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I'm glad to see all the excitement and energy. This is exactly what we're looking for. So thank you. The big question is, okay, so you have this energy, and now what do I do with it? Where do I put it? The easiest way is on the back of everyone's badge, there's a QR code. You scan that QR code, you go to the Summit app. In the app is every possible way, more than you want, to connect to Principles First. The main thing I want to tell you is if you're motivated to become an engaged volunteer, we have a new
Thank you just again to all of our volunteers, our sponsors, and exhibitors. We have Issue 1 and Mission Possible, who are doing some QR codes, want to get information and your thoughts on polls and different things, and so please go ahead and join them. Lieutenant General Mark Hertling still has some books available, so don't go right this second. He's about to come up here, but he still has some available if you would still like to purchase a book. And now, without further ado, I'm very excited to introduce the two young gentlemen who will be doing our Pledge of Allegiance. Our youngest Principles First volunteer this weekend, you may have seen him on stage already, Declan Edgar, and he'll be joined by Lieutenant General Mark Hertling.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Benton, and I'm delighted to be here for day 2 of my 3rd Principles First Summit. I shared this Facebook post just a few days ago, and it's about everyone in this room and who isn't here, who is a part of this amazing growth and this wonderful program. Principles First is a group of courageous people dedicated to everything that is good. I am convinced that we can lock arms with people from diverse backgrounds and differing perspectives and seek to do what is just and good. We will fall short, but we will go with grace. As a Marylander, I am immensely honored to introduce to you former Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele from the great state of Maryland and current MS Now host of the weeknight. This insightful session will be moderated by Mr. Charlie Sykes, host of To the Contrary and a contributor to the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, to name just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie.
All right, Michael, how the hell did we get here? I mean,
Dude,
seriously.
I'm good. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Oh, wait, come on. I know it's early, but really.
Yeah, it's only 9:30.
Show a brother some love this early in the morning here in my state, great state of Maryland. Welcome, everybody.
All right, we're going to try to not lower people's moods because it's been kind of an interesting week. And so I want to talk about, Donald Trump's shitty week, the Supreme Court decision. I want to talk about how we deal with outrage, fatigue, and all of that. But could they just cut right to the chase? Because I think there's a debate that I've been sensing at this conference. And so I'm going to ask you this question.
Sure.
Is the worst past? I mean, we know all the problems Trump has had, the polls, the midterm elections, having to withdraw from Minneapolis with ICE, the tariff setback. So there's a lot of people who are chuffing the hopium and thinking that the worst is over, that we've turned the corner. What do you think?
No, we've not. Look, the reason you need to disabuse yourself of that idea is what happened in the wake of the Supreme Court decision. How did Donald Trump respond? He trashed the court, particularly the Republican members of the court, that 2 of whom he appointed. He then imposed, by fiat again, a global tariff, increased the global tariff. So no, we're not past, because when you're dealing with a child who's not been raised right, okay? When you're dealing with a child who's not been raised right, and we all know that kid in the neighborhood who you like to take and just say, I'm going to do something your mama and your daddy have failed to do, and that is whip your ass.
Oh, I think he's had that done.
Yeah.
I've heard.
There are a few stories. This is true, but look. So we can't lull ourselves, Charlie, into this idea that because the Supreme Court has handed down this decision, as I warned on our show on Friday, it's like, look, I get it. Everybody's thinks that this is a great slapdown for the president, and it was. But this Supreme Court still has other big decisions to make on civil rights and voting, et cetera. So let's rack up some more wins for democracy and the rule of law before we start down that yellow brick road of everything's okay.
Well, I mean, this is a perfect example of what happened on Friday. I think it was a very, very big deal. I think maybe we're at the beginning of the process of the court remembering who they are and what they're there for, this whole idea of separation of powers. This is something that Justice Scalia talked about all the time, saying that was the essential part of the U.S. Constitution. Mm-hmm. Other countries had a Bill of Rights, but our genius was the separation of powers, and apparently his argument has now won. You read Gorsuch's decision. And I do think that decision was a massive repudiation of Trumpism. And maybe it is the beginning of the shift of the court saying, okay, we really don't have kings.
Well, or the realization that their decision that said that Donald Trump could act with impunity is a bit too far in there now.
Buyer's remorse?
Buyer's remorse, trying to claw a little bit of that back. We'll see.
but here's I think the central problem, that we can be hopeful and say, okay, so the political winds have turned.
Right.
The court is standing up to him. Maybe Congress will stand up to him. Maybe at some point, yeah, exactly. The self-gelded Congress. I mean, basically, that's the message of the court. I mean, they slapped down Donald Trump, but they basically said to Congress, wake the fuck up. I mean, you know, you're in the Constitution for a reason. But the real danger, I think, when answering the question of, you know, is the worst past? The reality is the worse things go for Donald Trump, the more dangerous things can be.
Right.
Because there's nothing more dangerous than a cornered orange rabid ferret. And in fact, as his power slips away, as he becomes more desperate, I really do worry about the prospect of political violence. We're seeing a willingness to interfere in elections. I mean, as you point out, this is also the man. I mean, people, this is the sort of the alternative reality. Donald Trump has already tried to violently overthrow an election. So when we have these conversations, do we take him literally or seriously? I mean, really? You know, we all saw January 6th. We know what he's capable. Now he controls the federal government. He's got his own private brute squads through ICE. He is the commander-in-chief of the military. He has gotten an entire political party to buy into his big lie about the election. So, you know, like some of us in the room, some of the pundits might think, well, if he drops down to 32% popularity and there's a huge Democratic wave in November that, you know, now the worst is past. I think that Donald Trump and his followers are capable of doing desperate things in desperate times, because these people are not going to give up power lightly or easily.
No, they're not, and I think that's the hardened reality that we all have to confront. You know, at a certain level, we have to appreciate, I think, a very important aspect of these storylines. Donald Trump exists the way he does for two reasons. One, a Congress that is putrid in its response. They are maddeningly frustrating when dealing with, as you noted, their constitutional obligations, right? So whether it's, you know, the idea that, oh, maybe we should just tell the president he just can't misappropriate our monies, that we've appropriated the people's money, et cetera. Whatever that is, they're not in the game. So Congress is taking itself out. The second is a segment of the American population, the American people, who also feed into this. And that, in many respects, is much more a narrative about us as a country, how we see our neighbors, how we see each other. I mean, we saw, Charlie, the writing on the wall many years ago when people were complaining about going to grandma's house because they were sick and tired of being around grandma because she always talked about Trump, or she always talked about, you know, some liberal. When the country started to politicize its relationship with its family, with its community, with each other, it began, I think it put us on a very slippery slope. And so this idea of violence becomes a natural extension. Because, as you noted, when you are frustrated, when you're up against a wall, you lash out. And how we saw that manifest on January 6th is real. And we cannot disabuse ourselves of the idea that there are people, and I've actually had some even said to me in my face, well, just wait till the next Civil War. And I'm like, okay, which side you gonna be on? Because that's what we're going to have to confront at some point, I think, that reality, if this stays on the road that Donald Trump wants to keep it on.
You know, I had a conversation yesterday with a retired member of the military whose name you would recognize, who was sort of breaking down this problem of violence. And essentially, long story short, there are probably 10 to 20,000 people in this country who are prepared to engage in political violence, who are prepared to take guns and to shoot people and to die. That is a huge number. I mean, think about, you know, in Northern Ireland, there were maybe only 300 gunmen. We had 19 hijackers on September 11th. It only took one man to shoot, you know, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and start World War I. We have 10 to 20,000 people who are being whipped up by Donald Trump's rhetoric, which leads to, and I was going to get to this a little bit later, so sort of like the challenges of standing up and fighting back. Look, the importance of nonviolence. Donald Trump wants violence. He has been trying to incite violence. He didn't get the kind of violence that he was thinking about, I think, in Minneapolis, or didn't play out the way that he thought. But I don't think that anyone should be under any illusions that if, in fact, there are violent protests, violent pushback, that this will play into the president's hand, and he will absolutely invoke the Insurrection Act. What do you think?
I think that's true. Look, that has been the end game from the beginning of this administration, was looking for a link, a way, an incident, an event that he could latch on to level up to the Insurrection Act, to level up to martial law. Folks, you know, I worked with Donald Trump back in the early teens, in 13, 14, on some business stuff related to politics. So he wanted to understand a little bit of politics, so he called me to sit down and talk, and we talked. And I walked away thinking, this man crazy as hell. There's no way this man should be involved in politics. But the one thing I learned in that brief time was Donald Trump will always tell you what he thinks. And there's a very simple reason for it, because he doesn't think you can stop him. That's why he brags about what he brags about, because he does, who's going to stop me? So if I become president and I want to grift off the federal government and I want to make sure my kids make billions of dollars and I make billions of dollars, to hell with the Emoluments Clause, who's going to stop me? Supreme Court just sent down the word, you can't impose a tariff. What did Donald Trump do? Okay, I'm going to impose a different kind of tariff. I'm going to do it, right? So that feeds a lot of where Donald Trump comes from. It's this sense that he cannot be stopped. And a big part of that, when he gets to that corner, and a very good example of it is Lafayette Park. What happened in Lafayette Park, when you had General Milley in the uniform and they're all walking across the park together, and they're literally beating people, protesters, out of the way, because Donald Trump was to go and stand in front of Trinity Church and hold the Bible upside down. And that moment said a lot, because even in that moment, he was held back. He couldn't do all of what he wanted to do in that moment. And so this idea of being able to go after Americans that he does not like is not just retribution, it's personal for him. It's personal. It's a way he wants to exact punishment. He's going to stoke that violence. And he wants to use the levers of government to do it. So next month, you're going to have across the country the next No Kings rallies that are going to take place. And right now, there are already over 1,000 separate events that are being scheduled. They would like, right? And hopefully Americans will participate. But the thing that's the watchword there is violence. Because if they can turn one of those events into a violent event, then that gives justification for everything that they'd like to have happen before the November elections. Because the last thing Donald Trump wants is to look up to Capitol Hill and see Hakeem Jeffries with the gavel. And so they will do, and he will do anything. And they're telling you now, I mean, that was Georgia, Charlie. That was the raid for the ballots in Georgia. There are always these test cases, these little test cases here and there. Minnesota was a test case on how violent, when it turns violent, what we can do, how ICE can move in and out of a community. And to your point, which is an important aspect of all of this, the way we respond as citizens matters. Because if we don't feed the beast, it starves. And that's what happened in Minnesota. We didn't feed the beast with violence, with a violent response, and it starved.
Let me pick up on this point, because Donald Trump the way you describe Donald Trump, that Donald Trump thinks nobody can stop him, and I think that's been the story of the last year, right?
Right.
That he feels that, okay, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. Remember when he posted that meme of Napoleon, he who saves his country cannot break the law.
Right.
By the way, the Young Republicans of Notre Dame put out a post yesterday quoting that, that the president cannot break the law and urging Donald Trump to defy the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, this is the younger generation of young Republicans. But the other thing, leaving aside violence for the moment, the great weapon of authoritarianism is hopelessness, right? Is that that he is unstoppable, that resistance is completely futile. And I think this is the challenge to everybody in the room. And like some real talk here, nobody in this room is all right, right? No, I mean, we all put on kind of this brave face, but we're not all right because we're always thinking, am I losing my mind? And of course, what authoritarians want you to do is either become numb to the outrages, and Michael and I do this for a living, and it's hard keeping up with all of it. Like, what do we talk about today? So the challenge is not to be numbed and not to tune out, to say, to preserve my sanity. And let's be honest about it, a third, maybe to a half of Americans have made the not totally irrational decision saying, I can't take it, I can't take the insanity, I have to turn it off, I gotta stop talking to grandma, I gotta stop listening to all of this stuff. But that's what they want. They want us to check out, they want us to be numbed. They want us to suffer from outrage fatigue. And literally everybody in this room knows exactly what I mean when I say outrage fatigue. And Michael and I, we get up every day and we go, okay, what are we going to be outraged about? There's like 1,000 things to do it. And we ask ourselves, I'm not going to put words in your mouth like, oh man, how long are we going to have to do this?
Yeah.
I mean, so how do you deal with outrage fatigue? How do you, navigate all of this? They've flooded the zone with shit. We are, up to our necks in the shit.
Uh-huh.
How do we respond? How do we stand up and endure in this?
I have conversations with a couple of really good friends that really helped me deal with it. My friend Tito, my friend Jack Daniels, my friend, I have a friend from Bombay, and he.
Could I introduce you to Mr. Gummy?
Yeah, right. Mr. Gummy, he's, so we all have our friends that we talk to.
They're not necessarily our friends.
They're not, not in the morning at least. Yeah, I think that's such an important point. And so I look at all of this through the lens of, how much do I love my country? How much do I love my country? I mean, we are the wackiest, craziest experiment on the planet in the history of mankind. Not since, the king met in a cornfield with some rabid Englanders who forced him to sign the Magna Carta. Have we seen such a ragtag group of people from across the globe settle on a piece of earth and call it home? Why do we have a problem with that now?
We got bored with it.
We got bored with it. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that we need to look ourselves in the eyes and realize we're not the greatest generation. We're not. In fact, we could be. We could be, thank you. But we're not. And so that's the work. That's the work. What are we handing on to the next generation about this country? This isn't the first generation that couldn't find a job. There was a little thing called the Depression. This isn't the first generation that fell on hard times. Y'all remember the 1970s and high interest rates? I remember passing out when gas went from 50 cents to $1. right? So these times are tough, but the resilience of America is its people. And so America is weak now because its people are weak. And we've been weakened by a man who never gave a shit about the country. He cared more about his bone spurs than serving the nation. And he denigrates that service. He denigrates that service. And it's not just the service of the men and women in uniform. It is the service of the men and women who are left at home to care for the country while they're out preserving peace. That's what we've lost sight of, Charlie. We've lost sight of who we are as a country and why this experiment matters to the world. There's a reason why our European allies are upset, not because, oh, America's, got a bad rogue president. It's because the American people are allowing this to happen on our watch.
Yeah, the 250th birthday of America. This is happening on our watch, and that's what I think that we need to constantly keep coming back to. This is happening in our name, and is this going to be our historical legacy? Or, is our historical legacy going to be, did you know what was happening in those warehouses? Did you know what was happening in those camps? And I'm not making a reference to the 1930s and the 1940s. I'm talking about right now. Do we know what's happening? We know what they do in public when there are cameras. We know what they do in broad daylight. What are they doing when no one was watching? And by the way, on a hopeful note, this question of how do you fight back? Don't despair. And I think that the rallies are important. But I think one of the most extraordinary things about 2026 has been the empowerment of every single American citizen with a phone and a camera in their pocket.
Yeah.
Think about the power. Think what a challenge that is to an authoritarian regime. And obviously what happened in Minnesota was a perfect example. Every single one of you has a phone in your pocket. Every single one of you has a camera. Every part of this resistance will be recorded. That's something they cannot stop. I think that Donald Trump and the Republicans in MAGA thought that social media was their future, was their weapon. It actually turned out to be their Achilles heel, didn't it? Because we actually saw what they were doing and we can analyze it. How many of you listened to Joe Walsh yesterday? Okay.
Yeah,
He was kind of low energy. Is that right?
Right.
Joe has an interesting piece of advice, which I'm sure that he gave yesterday, that these videos have become incredibly powerful weapons of resistance. Send them to somebody. Take one or two videos and send it to one of your MAGA-adjacent friends or one of the people that is tied to check out. You can do this in your circle of influence, the 10 or 12 people that listen to you. Because when people see what's happening, all of the rest, I think, becomes clarified. Because to Michael's point, who are we as a nation? And I have these dark moments when I think, okay, the American electorate has completely disgraced itself. On the other hand, when you get out in the world, when you're not on Twitter or something like that, there's a fundamental decency among Americans. There's a fundamental sense of fairness and humanity, even among the evangelical churches who think that Donald Trump is God's anointed, which I have such a hard time saying, is much less understanding. But for these people, these images, these are important things. So in terms of what is the reaction? What are the weapons of the resistance? The most important weapon you have right now is to be able to record that, as well as your own conscience. So let's talk about. You used to be the chairman of the Republican Party, Michael. Now we don't have enough time to go with what happened.
That's when I first met my friend Tito.
Yeah. You and I were at a meeting the other day, and what I was struck by was, what's happening right now, I think is a repudiation of many conservative values.
Oh, yeah.
It is a repudiation of fiscal conservatism, the idea of character, separation of powers, small government, free markets, free men, all of those things. But that old Republican Party that you used to be in charge of, it's never coming back, is it?
No, it's not. And it's, you can say, yeah, it's unfortunate, and what's unfortunate is the way it met its demise. by its own hand, effectively. It took itself out, which is why, you know, as a young man growing up in Washington, D.C., and you really haven't lived, folks, until you've been a black Roman Catholic conservative from Washington, D.C. Oh, the fun I had. The rooms I could get into. But you know, you don't, for me, it really boiled down to an idea. And it's why I always refer to myself as a Lincoln Republican, because it was the idea of the formation of the party, the idea of why the party was the resistance to slavery when the movement in the country was towards compromise. And these ragtag, you know, members of the Whig Party said, no. The words on the parchment says we're all equal, we're all free, and we can't enslave people. And so that idea of individual liberty and individual freedom stuck with me as a young 17, 18-year-old kid. And my mama, who was a Democrat, thought herself noble and said to me, as I was approaching the election of 1776, 1976.
I remember it well.
I remember it well. 1976. Don't be a Democrat because I'm a Democrat. Don't be a Democrat because your daddy's a Democrat. And you know, just go out and learn for yourself. Learn about the parties. Learn who you are. And I did. So when I came back and told her I'd registered as a Republican, she said, "Why the hell did you do that?" I was like, "Because you told me to go out and find myself." And I found myself in that Republican Party, warts and all. The party that always stood for the civil liberties, fought for the civil rights of the American people, not just African Americans, but for all Americans. That party, that iteration of the party is gone. So it requires a different work, a new work from all of us. I remain a Republican for a number of reasons. The first, because it pisses the rest of them off, right? They hate the fact that I'm a Republican, because every time I say something, I'm saying it as a Republican. So when I speak about Mike Johnson, I'm like, well, as a member of the Republican Party, Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with what you're doing, right? And the reason is you need those voices, even though I no longer hold elective office, you need those voices within the party itself to declare what is going on, what it is doing is wrong. And you can't do that. And I've had this debate with my friend Joe Walsh and my buddy Joe Scarborough and many other Republicans who've left, that the fight has to remain inside the tent. Because it's easy to get out and scream and shout at Republicans. But it stings when you are one. It cuts when you're in the same fight. Now, yeah, there's a lot of blowback from that. People go, why are you still, you're part of the problem. No, I'm trying to fix the problem, and a lot of us are trying to fix the problem. That's what our Republican
Is that problem ever going to be fixed?
No, I don't think.
In our lifetime? Because I'm not seeing it. Marco Rubio is not the future.
No, he's not
he never
the future.
Was.
No, he's not the future. That moment occurred when he was on Time magazine, and he said he was, whatever he said, that was
GOP's savior.
Right, that was the end of that when that happened. That's just the way it goes. But no, it's not. But what my point is that there are Republicans out there. I just mentioned our Republican legacy. John Danforth, Governor Roscoe, myself, Chris, I'm blanking on Chris's name. Vance. I've got so many Chris's. Chris Vance. All of these folks who are out here pushing the Republican principles that align with our first principles, right? About who we are and how we will govern ourselves politically. And it would, through the strength of the rule of law, through the freedom that comes from economic prosperity and opportunity, for, reaffirming our alliances abroad. These principles, these ideas, these pillars still matter. They may not be housed in this broken shell of a once proud Republican Party. I'm good with that, because they reside here, and they come out here every day. And the goal for each one of us who still align ourselves as Republican is to respond and to articulate that idea, that principle, those principles, so others hear them and align themselves to them. And that alignment will lead, I hope, through the efforts of many, to either something outside of this shell of a party, or reigniting something within it. But that's the fight down the road. Right now, we've got to get good people elected in 2026 who turn back the authoritarian push of this administration and these Republicans in the House. The fewer of them in the House, the better, right? That's our reality. That's just the reality. If they keep the majority, Donald Trump does worse in the next 2 years. So there are a lot of political calculations that have to be made that cut against the grain of what has been normal for many folks, what's been acceptable to many people. You're no longer in that safe space, folks. Sorry. This is not the moment for you to be comfortable. We're not here to put, a nice little pair of booties on your feet and give you a drink every evening and you can relax. No, there's a lot of work that you need to get up off your butt and do. And there are going to be a lot of choices that each one of you are going to have to make that go counter to what you think are core beliefs, but they're not. They're consistent, because what that means is you're trying to move off of things that are weighing down those beliefs and making it harder for you to achieve the American dream for your family, for your community, and for your country. We've got to pull together here. We can no longer hang our hat on a label and think we're done, because that's not how work works.
Well, I'm a lot less optimistic than you are about the future of the Republican Party. I don't see it. It is so thoroughly corrupted. On the other hand, I do think that there's going to be a moment where many of these principles you're talking about will appear to be fresh. Young people who are experiencing this and, are now, so that's what the balance of powers was all about. That's why checks and balances are significant. I hadn't really thought about due process before. How do you think people feel now about, free markets as opposed to imposing taxes by presidential whim? Even our progressive friends, we might have an interesting conversation. What do you think about the 9th and 10th Amendments right now?
Right.
Maybe now we could have a conversation about why, government that's closest to the people often governs best, why we have a federal system with state sovereignty. But also I think that it is important for us to realize that, and I think I said this when I was here 2 years ago. Look, one of the problems of our politics is we have become so segmented, and I'm not going to dwell on this. We're in these bubbles. We are in these alternative reality silos, and that the important thing is to continue to learn to be able to talk to people who have, different politics, but will share the same values. And what this means is that we all don't have to sort of put on the motley and become progressive Democrats in order to resist this. We need to be able to talk to people in places like Michigan and Minnesota and my home state of Wisconsin and say, we don't expect that you're going to change your values overnight. We're not going to expect that you're suddenly going to decide that you're going to vote for every single Democrat, although they need to this year. The conversations that I think are the most powerful are the ones that say, okay, here are the principles that unite us. Here, the patriotism, the decency, and all of these things, and these are fundamental. And I will say, and because actually Michael and I have this tag team riff here, and he's going to be great. One of the things that frustrates me are the number of folks, let's be honest, Democrats or progressives, who think that, you know, all Republicans were always racist and everything that's happening now was an inevitable result of everything was happening. And I try to say, okay, there were many, many mistakes. There were many blind spots. There are many things that we did that we need to confront. On the other hand, it is crucial to say to our moderate and our conservative brethren that what you're seeing from Donald Trump is neither conservatism nor anything consistent with normal politics. And so I will always read Ronald Reagan's farewell address when he said, you know, I talk about America as a shining city on a hill. And, you know, what do I mean? I mean a city that's teeming with commerce. I don't have the exact text in front of me. Teeming with commerce. And if it must have walls, it has to have doors that are open and welcome everyone, you know, who wants to come here and work and thrive. And the challenge is to people to say, can you imagine any current Republican saying what Ronald Reagan did? So, you know, when people say, I'm not going to deal with you people because you were once Republicans and everything is evil from Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan had a vision of America as the shining city on the hill with walls, but with huge doors. And I think that that's one of those shared values that might actually be fresh for people who are looking at these politics and looking for where do we go from here.
I agree with that, and I love that's one of my favorite narratives from President Reagan is this idea of this country as a shining city on the hill.
Preach the light, Brother Michael.
Well, you know, and that's the thing about it is, as I reflected on that as a young man, and Charlie and I have had these conversations over the years, and even as recently as yesterday. Have you ever stopped and thought about that city on a hill and why it's so attractive to the rest of the world? It's because of the light in the city, the light that comes from the city. How else do you see the city, right? It's lit up. What is that light? The light is you. We're the light in that city on the hill. We're the beacon that the world sees. And right now, we have an administration that's trying to put that light out, trying to put you out, your values, the things you love, the people you love, the communities you're from. They're trying to tell the rest of the world it's not worth it. And I'm going to tell you, because you are the light, you have to not hide it, hang it higher. You need to shine it brighter. Because that's the only way we move forward. The light is there to lead us forward, not to look backwards. And so be the light in the city on the hill. Continue to show the world who we are, why we are, what we are. And invite them, because they're coming. They've always been coming. Since 1619, they've been coming. And it doesn't even matter anymore how we got here. We're all here. And we got to work this ish out. Otherwise, we put the light out.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Go for it. I don't think we depressed them too
Thank you much.
Love it. Great job. Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is Sam Van Kopp. I'm the chair of the Washington, D.C. chapter of Principles First. If there's any folks in the audience in the DMV area who'd like to be more involved in Principles First, please just find any volunteer in the room next door. We'll make sure to send you an email. Our next panel features 3 eminent retired judges speaking about the rule of law, a 250-year staple of American greatness. The Honorable Maureen O'Connor was the 10th Chief Justice of the Ohio Supreme Court from 2011 until 2022. She also served as president of the National Conference of Chief Justices, where she championed reform of state judicial systems. The Honorable Thomas Griffith presided at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia between 2005 and 2020. Before that, he was a partner at Wiley Ryan and was named legal counsel for the U.S. Senate. Judge Alexander Williams was appointed to the U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland by President Bill Clinton, and he served there from 1994 until 2014. Judge Williams previously served as state's attorney for Prince George's County, Maryland. Our moderator is Brenna Trout-Frey, an attorney who left her global law firm in 2025 after it settled with the Trump administration to avoid becoming the target of an unlawful executive order.
Thank you, and I'm really excited to be here today with our esteemed panel of judges. I think this weekend is a particularly timely moment to have this discussion on the rule of law and the role of the judiciary, especially after the Supreme Court's decision on Friday, so I'm hoping we can get into that. I want to start with an opening framing question, and maybe Judge Griffith, I'll go to you since you're right next to me. As we mark 250 years of the American experiment, what does the rule of law actually mean besides a slogan, and why is it so central to who we are as a republic?
Well, the rule of law is a fragile possibility, and it teaches us that when we the people gather together and decide upon the rules by which we'll live, that it's binding on everyone. And that we will live by those rules that have been decided ahead of time, that we will not bend those rules for political expedience or because they provide onerous process or because they get in the way of what we want done. No, we will follow the rules by which we have established society. We can change those rules, but the way we do that is through the complicated and onerous lawmaking process set forth in the United States Constitution. So the rule of law, in my mind, it's simply following what the Constitution has already laid down in terms of what the processes are that you follow to create law and what the substance of those is.
And I think, we've seen recently some attacks on the judiciary and its independence. And what are the guardrails? Maybe I'll ask you, Chief Justice O'Connor, what are the guardrails that protect judicial independence in the United States? And where in this moment are they strongest and where are they most vulnerable?
Well, thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation to be here. The guardrails that protect the judiciary in the federal system, your lifetime appointment and the fact that your salary cannot be interfered with is certainly an important guardrail. For those of us that have been in state government, we have the same guardrails as far as your income, your salary, not to be tampered with by the legislature or the executive branch. But besides those practical guardrails, the independence of the judiciary is the mark of the judiciary. It is the identification of the judiciary. It is only as good as the people's belief and trust in the judiciary. And that's why it is so important for judges to be transparent in their workings, not their deliberations, I'm not advocating for that, but through their work product, through their opinions, to be very clear, to be very consistent, to offer rationale that is understandable, not only to the lawyers, but understandable to the people of this country, those who are interested. It's important to educate the people on the role of the judiciary, which is one of the most misunderstood branches of government, to emphasize that there is no constituency but for the rule of law, that there is no politics involved in the judiciary. I always say, and I come from a state where the judges are elected. I ran statewide to be on the court to begin with and then to be Chief Justice. But I say, if you bring your interest with you when you have your robe on at the bench, you don't deserve to wear that robe if that's how you are operating. Especially if one of those interests are the politics, and you're worried about the politics of the decision. How is it going to affect your party or another party, et cetera? The court has to be used uniformly. It can't be used to punish. It can't be used to get back. It can't be used to curry favor. The court is a singular institution that is, as I said, guided by nothing but the rule of law and actually the integrity of the individuals who occupy those seats. And that's why it is so important that we educate our citizens starting in grade school and enhancing what we teach in our schools to the children about the operation of our government.
I agree with everything Maureen said. Can I add one thing? In my perspective, what's the greatest threat to judicial independence today? In my view, it's the views of politicians and people in the public who think that what's really going on in the courts is just politics. It's just politics. I can tell you from my experience on the federal courts, my experience on the D.C. Circuit. In 15 years on the D.C. Circuit, I only once saw a decision that I thought was in any way tainted by someone's partisan priors, and that was a mistake. That was a mistake. But in the hundreds of other cases, no politics, just following law. So now, when politicians and public intellectuals say that what's going on at the Supreme Court is you're either trying to help Trump or impede Trump, you're missing the story. That's not what's going on there. These are tough issues that they're wrestling with legal principles. And we're free to disagree with them, but I don't want anyone in this room to think, well, you can think what you want, but I'll tell you what I think. I know these people. These are 9 people who are acting in good faith. You may disagree with the result, but they're not doing politics. They're doing law. And they're doing law on tough issues. And when politicians and public intellectuals and advocacy groups accuse them of being partisans in robes, A, that's inaccurate. B, it undermines confidence in a judiciary that isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but is in many ways the crown jewel of our American democracy. And when we undermine faith in the judiciary by saying they're just being partisans, we're doing lasting damage. That's body blows to the confidence that the American people deserve to have in the judiciary and the Constitution.
And I certainly agree with that. I think the biggest threat to judicial independence would be twofold. One is the constant assaults and attacks and threats on judges, threatening to impeach them, threatening that they're impartial, that they're fair, unfair, and so forth. So that's one threat, just the threats and the comments and the description of judges as being crooks and that sort of thing. And the second issue for me that's a threat to the independence of the judiciary is, I call it the gunfire and assaults on judges. And what's happening is a lot of judges being threatened and shot at and other kinds of things, and that's a problem for me. So judicial security is a real issue that has to be addressed by Congress and the people. We've got to protect our judges from these type of threats that's taking place.
I'd like to add, just in closing on this topic, and I'm sure we're going to move on after this, but the labeling of judges by the media does a disservice to all of us, especially the judiciary. when you see an article that involves a federal judge, district, appellate, or Supreme Court, the president that appointed them is always mentioned, within 2 words of the name of the judge or justice. And as Chief Justice Roberts said, there's no Obama judges, there's no, Clinton judges, et cetera, and that's absolutely true. And in, my case in Ohio and other states, they will label your individual party representation. I was a registered Republican, and so I was always the Republican Chief Justice, Maureen O'Connor, which in the end, the Republican Party disowned me. They turned my picture at the headquarters. They took it down at the party headquarters, and then some of the county offices turned my picture to the wall. They didn't like my opinions on redistricting, and they were going to impeach me in the legislature. So everything that we've talked about the threats, I endured my last year in office. Not that it bothered me, believe me. But my point is that affiliation with a party does a disservice to the entire judiciary. And if there are members of the media here, please never, ever say that again about a judge. It does a disservice.
Sure, and why do we have to read every time there's a case, so-and-so was appointed by this president or what have you? What difference does it make? We're judges, and we're trying to do the best job that we can under very difficult circumstances. So I just disagree with the media putting a label
I agree, yeah.
on a party affiliation.
Yeah. So I think that gets into the need or the requirement for the judiciary to follow process and precedent. And you're saying that's really what you go by. You're not going by your political affiliation or your desired outcome for the case. You're really following process and precedent. Can one of you speak to why that's so important, why that is so ingrained in our idea of liberty in our country, that judges follow process and precedent, and why that protects us and the rule of law?
My appellate judges start.
Okay, let me take a stab at it. So let's go back to 1787. We're in Philadelphia, and we're creating a new form of government. There are lots of different models that they could have chosen off the shelf. They could have done, they obviously didn't like a monarchy, but they could have gone to a theocracy. They could have gone to an aristocracy. They could have gone to Plato's wise men. They could have done a lot of different things, but they didn't. They chose a system of government in which we, the people, make the rules by which society is run. And that we, the people, do that through democratically elected representatives, people who are accountable to the we, the people, in elections. If you go back to when I was in high school and had civics, there was a cartoon called How a Bill Becomes a Law. It's now in Schoolhouse Rock, right? I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. Think about that intricate process by which we decide the rules by which society governs. There isn't a judge in that song. There isn't a judge in that picture. We don't want unelected, life-tenured judges who are not politically accountable to be making the rules by which we govern society. That's up to the elected representatives of we the people. And judges, when we're doing our job right, are nothing more than agents of we the people. We're saying, we the people decided this is the value that governs here. I may disagree with that value, but I'm going to apply it. Now, I'm the hero of all my own stories. I will tell you, I was on the court that decided the case that became Heller, that went up to the Supreme Court and recognized the right of an individual under the Second Amendment to defend himself or herself with a weapon, okay? Okay. Now, personally, I'm a gun control guy. If I was an elected representative, I would be in favor of the strongest. If we had a constitutional convention, I would vote to repeal the Second Amendment. I know it's going to upset some of you. I don't like it. I don't like it. So what? That has nothing to do with my job as a judge. My job as a judge is just figure out what were the framers doing with that Second Amendment? And whether you like it or not, they really believed that an individual has a right to have a weapon to protect himself. I don't like that, but that's in the Constitution. That's what a judge does. As Justice Scalia said, if you're a judge and you agree with all your own decisions, you're a bad judge.
And that's the beauty of the rule of law, the separation of powers, the respect for equal branches of the government. That's all what it's about, accountability and impartiality, openness, transparency, and respect, not just for other branches, but also for the states, that they work together in tandem to deal with that. And we get to the point that it's about ourselves, then we're just missing the point, and that's not what the rule of law is all about. The rule of law is a code, a collection of values that the people have had and respected for years, and it's the glue that holds our society together, the rule of law. And it's all of that which you've heard on this stage here today.
And I also think that when we're talking about precedent and we're talking about the respect of precedent and the usefulness of courts relying on precedent, it's not just useful for the courts, because then those decisions that come out of the court are interpretations, applications of the law. And what does that do? That allows for consistency in the rule of law. It allows for people to be able to, when I say people, I mean corporations, I mean contracts, I mean individuals, etc. You know what the law is, and you know how it's been applied, so you know what the parameters are in this situation, or how to write this contract, or what to include. And if you're a legislator, you look at what the precedent is and how the courts have ruled on something, and if necessary, you introduce amendments or laws that will effectively change how the interpretation, if you don't like the way the court ruled, you can change the law. And that's what we always used to say, to each other in conference. Hey, if they don't like what we just did, they can change the law, but this is what the law says now. And the legislature can react to courts, and they do react to courts. And that's part of the process, that's part of the public process. And guess what? People get to weigh in with the legislature and testify whether they like the change in the law or what direction, et cetera. So again, that's a people-involved process as well, where the deliberations of the court are not influenced by the people. But the laws that we have are public, they're prospective, and they are stable when the court includes them or rules on them in their case. But it is the job of the court to be crystal clear in what they write and how they've arrived at their decision, and make sure that the breadcrumbs are all there so that people can follow them to get to the resolution that is in the majority opinion. That's, some of the opinions that are drafted, I think it's really wrong for a judge to immortalize themselves in an opinion, but too often that happens. Judges are human.
If you want, in my view, if you want a really great description of what the other members of the panel have been saying about the role of a judge, it's out there right now. It's in Justice Barrett's book, Listening to Law. It's a great book. It's a great read. You don't have to read the whole book to get what I'm getting at. Chapters 2 and 3 of that book are, in my estimation, the best description I have ever read about what a judge does. Chapter 2, she talks about the oath. Every judge takes an oath to be impartial, and we take that seriously. Chapter 3, she talks about collegiality on an appellate court. You go get that book. It's a great book. You read chapters 2 and 3, and you'll have a better understanding of what the judiciary is about in America and what it's supposed to be. And then you can tell your friends who are critical of courts and their decisions to read the same thing so that they can have a better understanding of what's going on. It's not partisan politics. It's about following an oath. It's about following the law. It's about collegiality with your colleagues. I don't get any money from that. Okay, that's just it's a great book.
But he can get the book autographed for you.
I'm curious what you believe the judiciary's responsibility is to respond when it is attacked and its legitimacy is attacked by the public, by the president, by anyone out there. And I think we're in a moment right now where the president has been very vocal with decisions or judges that he doesn't like. What is the judge's responsibility in that moment? Is it to, keep calm and carry on, not respond other than within the opinion? Or does the judiciary have some responsibility outside of the case to protect itself?
Let me say that judges occasionally, they teach law at law schools. They have a chance to impress something to the students. They also get invited to various conferences and community organizations that they can talk. They certainly can write opinions. And there is an opportunity for judges to turn this thing around. I think it's about educating people about what's going on. Judges have an ethical code not to speak out, particularly on their cases and cases in general, but they do have an opportunity to educate people. And the other thing I would say is judges have to fight back. I was part of a court in the United States District Court for the District of Maryland where the government sued the entire court, active judges as well as the senior judges, because it didn't like the rulings of Maryland. But the judges fought back. They hired counsel, and they ended up getting favorable decisions by the Supreme Court from that standpoint. So sometimes we have to fight to protect our independence.
I think that traditionally it fell upon the responsibility to speak out for the judges fell upon the bar associations, the members of the bar. They were charged with being the protectorate of the independence of the judiciary by the lawyers speaking out and judges remaining silent. And just recently there was a change in that, at least for the federal judges, that under limited circumstances there's guidance on when they can speak out now. So they've kind of, I don't want to say have taken the muzzle off, but loosened the ties, for the federal judiciary. But I would be remiss if I didn't let you know about the organizations that have formed in recent times, and I mean very recent times, like this year and last, to speak out and protect the judiciary. The ABA put together a task force for American democracy. That task force is now a separate entity, a 501c3, but what they do, and they do quite well, is have probably at least twice a month Zooms that educate on the independence of the judiciary, talk about, what's happening. They're very, very influential. In my own experience, there's a group called Ohioans for the Rule of Law, which has just been initiated. It's lawyers and judges coming together to educate the public and to draw attention to the rule of law and its prominence in our society. There's another group called the Alliance of Former Chief Justices, which I'm on the executive committee. That was just formed this year. And we are there, we're kind of affiliated with the Keep Our Republic organization, and that our role is if a judge, a state court judge, is criticized, that we will come to their defense as a group and individual op-eds, that sort of thing. I've done one with a colleague from the Supreme Court in Ohio, in the local newspaper in Cleveland. So there is a lot of activity, and this is what I'm just described is just a microcosm of what is out there. I mean, you look at the groups that are represented out, in the lobby here. There is activity. There is action like I have not seen before to protect not only our judiciary, but to protect the other institutions of our government, because we are nothing without our institutions and the stability of our institutions. And what we see is, is intentionally destabilizing, our institutions. And they need the protection. They need the protection of the public. They need the protection of the professionals. They need, and they're getting it, and that's important. So I want you to be, and anybody who's listening, be assured that judges need protection. There are groups there that are standing ready and willing to protect the integrity of the judges, but I do believe that the security of the judges is another huge issue. It used to be that a judge would be in danger of maybe a party that didn't like, somebody that was part of the case that was before them, and usually that happened in domestic relations court. Now it's people who are philosophically opposed to what the judge has done, or what the panel, appellate panel or the Supreme Court has ruled, and that is harder to identify and probably harder to protect a judge or justice.
There isn't a whole lot that sitting judges can do because of ethical restraints, right? But there's a whole lot that former judges can do, and that's why we're here. And then here's the bad news. There's a lot that you can do, but here's where it gets really bad news, okay? You've got to understand how the courts work. And you don't, I'm afraid you don't get that just by reading newspaper accounts or social media accounts. Here's the really bad news. You got to read what the court does. And that takes a lot of work, and who's got time to do that? But when you do, Justice Barrett says this. She says, people say we're partisans and hacks. What do I say to that? I say, read our opinions. Because if you read the opinions, you will see that what's going on here is not partisan politics. What's going on here are people struggling with difficult legal issues, trying to get the right answer. And you and everyone else needs to understand that's what's going on. So that when you hear somebody use the phrase like judicial coup or judicial insurrection, you can say, that's not what's going on. Here's what's going on, and fill them in. If you just rely on social media, you just rely on cable, either side, you just rely on the media, I'm sorry. They've bought into this idea that it's just partisanship and robes, and they're wrong, and it's damaging. And you and we need to be the ones to show them what's really going on with the judiciary right now.
And I was really impressed with Justice Roberts, who recently went out and said that there's a lot of misidentification and description of what's going on in the courts. And he said we've got to stop that. So that's an opportunity to speak out by the Chief Justice.
And if you want to get like the very basics and from the inception by our founding fathers, Federalist 78, written by Alexander Hamilton. Take a look at it. It's an easy read, but it really lays out, for our purposes and as an initial intro, the role of the judiciary as envisioned by our forefathers.
I want to leave a few minutes for a couple questions at the end. So I want to end on maybe a hopeful note. We've talked a lot about some attacks on the judiciary and the rule of law, particularly over the past year, but what gives you confidence that those guardrails are holding firm? What gives you confidence that the rule of law will endure over the next 250 years?
Well, I would start off by saying I do a lot of speaking to young people, to students, to groups. I still teach a course at a law school. I'm scheduled, if the weather permits, me to go to Dickinson's School of Law in Pennsylvania in Carlisle on Tuesday, and I'm going on Judges Night, and I'm going to have an opportunity to tell those students that you need to protect the rule of law, and in the future, it's your generation that has to make sure that the rule continues on. So I have confidence that young people in the next generation are going to protect all that's associated with the rule of law, and I like that.
We have 9 people on the Supreme Court who are acting in good faith, trying to keep their oath. I disagree with some of their decisions, but I don't question the good faith of any of them. And so therefore, that's my hope. I think the Roberts Court's going to point the way for how to preserve the rule of law at a time when it's under a great stress test, because we have an executive branch that doesn't respect the rule of law. the Roberts Court does, I think they'll pull it out for us.
We've had unprecedented attacks on the rule of law ever since 2016. I remember in 2018, I was being interviewed, and I, criticized the then president about his attacks on the judiciary, and that permission, when it comes from on high, emboldens people to attack the judiciary, and also thereby the product of the judiciary, which are, interpretations of our statutes. Do I believe that the rule of law will prevail ultimately? Absolutely. This is a blip, what we're going through. I think our institutions, by design, are strong enough to withhold and will be repaired at some point. They will be repaired. We will return and maybe be better for it. I don't know. But I also want to emphasize that I think this is the buzz of the media at this point, and they like to write about the sky falling and everything else. And yes, there are some very severe repercussions of what's going on. People are dying and people's rights are being trampled. But I think ultimately the rule of law, just like we saw in the latest Supreme Court opinion, the rule of law will prevail.
Thank you all. I think we have time probably for one or two quick questions. Good, we have a microphone. We have a lot of questions. You want to go right here to the front?
Hi. You spoke about reading the opinions to understand the court. Lots of things happening on the shadow docket. We don't get to read opinions or know their rationale. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the shadow docket's actually the emergency docket, the interim docket, shadow docket. Will Bode came up with that cute phrase. And no, this is new, right? This court has never been inundated. The court has never been inundated with the number of emergency appeals that they have right now, and they're struggling with it. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they don't. But here's the key: we're in the third inning, right? We're in the third inning. We've only had a couple of cases, and the emergency docket is largely dealing with jurisdictional issues, procedural issues. They're not dealing with the ultimate merits issues. I'm going to make a prediction. I'll bet you a steak dinner on it. Okay, I won't bet a house payment on this, but I'll bet you a steak dinner on it. After you see the merits decisions by the end of this year, I think you'll say, okay, they're doing their job. They're doing their job. Now, the president's going to win some of these cases because he may be right on some of these cases. He's going to lose other of these cases because he's wrong on some of them. It's going to be a mixed bag. It's going to be a mixed bag. But I'm confident that they're going to come out all right.
I agree with you on your last statement there. In the meantime, damage is being done. And if I were ruling on an emergency and there was an injunction that the question was, am I going to sustain the injunction or am I going to lift it? And it was demonstrated that there was going to be harm, okay? I would probably rule opposite in the emergency. I would maintain the status quo.
And we would disagree on that because that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing.
Let's have our next question right here.
Hi. In 2024, the Supreme Court ruled that the president can't be prosecuted. Right. And that shocked and amazed many Americans. And I asked Judge Ludwig what he thought about
Actually,
that.
Ludig.
And Ludig. Yeah. Okay. And he said, yeah, okay, that was not only an outrageous attack on the rule of law in the United States, but on the very concept of the rule of law going all the way back to Magna Carta. Okay, so how can you say that the Roberts Court is a defender of the rule of law when they destroyed it in the United States?
So I corrected you on his name because Mike Ludig is one of my closest personal friends. We communicate with each other every week. We went to law school together. We served in the ABA Task Force for American Democracy. He co-authored with me Lost, Not Stolen, the conservative case that Biden won and Trump lost the 2020 election. So we are we are joined at the hip in many ways. I don't agree with everything in the immunity decision, but I don't agree with his assessment of it. They were following. We can get into a long discussion about this. It's a tough issue. It's a difficult issue. People, should we? The greatest beneficiary of that decision was President Joe Biden. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because he can't be prosecuted by an executive who would otherwise exist. So do you agree with the Fitzgerald decision upon which it was based? No. Answer my question. Well, then wait a second. Then you shouldn't be talking about this. This is based on the.
All right. I don't think we need to really defend, or you have your opinion about the case, and I would tend to agree that I think it was wrongly decided. I thought it was awfully, but I'll give you another one. Citizens United, the introduction of dark money into politics, and I think that hits at the very core of transparency in our elections, identification of messaging. The people have the right to know and not be deceived.
And I this is a great question that he has raised, and I'll try not to get into politics. I'll try to respect the courts. They have difficult jobs. Let me remind all of us that President Richard Nixon didn't want to turn over the tapes, and he was talking about executive privilege, and what happened is that the court said you didn't have it. No one is above the law. So I certainly understand, that position, but the key is that we've got to defer and respect the opinion of the Supreme Court in whatever decision they make, because again, they made a decision based on a lot of review and consternation and so forth. So that's the key for me, is to respect the ultimate decision, because that's judicial independence, and that's what the rule of law is about, respecting our courts.
And I'd be happy afterwards, we run out of time, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about the immunity decision. I'm not completely sanguine with it, but I don't agree with Mike in terms of what motivated it and the damage it will do. I'm not happy with it, but can we? I'd love to talk to you about it further, but this isn't the setting or the time to do it. And anyone else who wants to talk, I'd be happy to talk about the immunity decision.
Thank you. I know, I think everyone has really enjoyed this discussion, and I'm sorry it's coming to an end and we don't have more time for questions. But I really appreciated the three of you being here and espousing your views, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next panel. They're telling me I'm short. So for our next panel, we'll talk about free and fair elections, reforming for public trust. Hi, I'm Elaine Stephen, Partnerships Chair for Principles First. The rule of law we just discussed depends on leaders chosen by consent of the governed. Our next panel turns to the integrity and security of the elections through which that consent is expressed. How do we ensure election results reflect voters' intent and that the process remains fair and lawful from start to finish? Amit Agarwal is an expert on the Constitution and rule of law. He has clerked for SCOTUS and written amicus briefs for such cases as Trump v. Slaughter on protecting independent agencies. Michael McNulty, Policy Director at Issue 1, has worked to protect democracy and promote free and fair elections, both in the United States and abroad. Here in DC, Lisa D.T. Rice led a successful ballot initiative establishing ranked choice voting in semi-open primaries, which passed with 73% of the vote, despite strong opposition from the local established politicians and partisan groups. The discussion will be moderated by Principles First volunteer Rory Riley Topping, an attorney and author whose forthcoming book on partisan gerrymandering and its impact on American democracy comes out this fall.
All right, thank you, Elaine. And thank you all for being here. You know, I was going to start with just a quick analogy. The Winter Olympics are going on right now, and we all think of Olympics as something that happens once every 4 years. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who think of elections the same way. They think it's something that they just show up for once every 4 years when there's a presidential election. And unfortunately, when you treat elections that way, that is when we have issues with things such as election integrity and security. When people aren't participating, when they aren't paying attention, that's a lot of times when our problems arise. So the Olympics are not the only things dominating the headlines right now. There's a lot of things related to election integrity and security that are dominating the headlines. We had a recent raid in Fulton County. There's been lots of talk about what we could see with the midterms. There's been some troubling rhetoric coming out of the administration with regard to fraud. There are the mid-decade gerrymandering wars continuing to rage on. There's talk of ICE potentially being stationed at polling places. So I'd like to hear from each of you, if you could maybe pick one or two of those topics that you have some knowledge about. I think a lot of people have been engaged with the headlines, don't really know what to be concerned about, what they can do. So can I start with you, Michael, and we'll just go down. What can you tell people about what we're seeing in the headlines?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to Principles First for having us here to talk about these important issues. I guess I'll pick the FBI raid of Fulton County. I think that one really fits into a larger pattern that we'll talk about, I think, on this panel. This raid on the Fulton County election office does raise quite significant concerns for those watching elections. Essentially, the FBI came in, did get a warrant, came in and took out many ballot boxes and other sensitive election materials from the Fulton County election office for an election that happened more than 5 years ago and was litigated, audited, and relitigated and re-audited multiple times. Some call this the most litigated election in the history of the United States. So there is concern when we have an executive branch and the FBI coming in and taking the ballots for a lot of reasons. One, there's something called the chain of custody in elections. And that means that sensitive materials, the ballots, and other related sensitive materials must be protected, and anybody who's accessing those materials needs to be part of the chain of custody and documented. And so what happened is the chain of custody is broken now, and we don't really know what's happening with those ballots, and the Fulton County election office is very concerned about that. I think another one is the issue of the Fourth Amendment. Probable cause, we saw the warrant was unsealed, and it appears from all the analysis that the probable cause in the warrant was based on long debunked conspiracy theories about what happened in Fulton County. And so the question here is, are we ensuring the Fourth Amendment? Are we ensuring probable cause is really based on? And we saw in the warrant that it was essentially driven by information by an election denier who's in the current executive branch. The other question is, when are elections final in our country? I've worked abroad and internationally, and one of the crucial things is the peaceful transition of power, and elections are final when they've been adjudicated, when the electoral dispute resolution process has been played out, and it was in Georgia multiple times. So that is a final decision, and 5.5 years later, we can't be relitigating and opening it up again. So I think the bigger concern here, though, is beyond Fulton County, right? What's precedent is this setting, both for the current administration and future maybe Democratic president administrations, when if the FBI can be weaponized to go back and look into elections from 5.5 years later, bringing up conspiracy theories, this is not something we want to see play out in politics in the United States. And thinking about it in terms of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4 gives Congress and the states, and particularly the states, the right to run elections. And what we have here is an executive branch that's overstepping those bounds. And fortunately, what we've seen in the past few weeks is after the comment by the president to nationalize elections and that states are just an agent of the federal government, we've seen actually Republicans, brave Republicans on the Hill stand up and say, no, that's not what the Constitution says. So we've been very encouraged by some of the actions by Congress, and including Republicans on the Hill, who are saying, we don't want to see more of this. And so I think that is the crucial thing going forward that gives me hope that the brave election officials across the country and politicians on the Hill who need to do more are starting to stand up and say, we don't want to see more raids. We don't want to see, Maricopa County and Detroit and other cities' election boards raided like it was in Fulton County. So very hopeful based on that, and I want to see more, hopefully.
We're going to go over to Lisa. What from the headlines has caught your attention?
Yeah, and thank you again for inviting me. In the last 2 months, we've seen across the country and the District of Columbia, the Department of Justice coming in and asking for voter data. And I am so proud to be a resident of the District of Columbia, where our executive director of the Board of Elections said, sure, you can have what's publicly available, so and she provided that information, but she refused to provide voter-specific data, so no social security numbers, no date of birth, that kind of thing. And that's the wonderful thing about our Board of Elections. We have an independent agency that stands up to the Department of Justice, that also stands up to our council, because sometimes our city council wants to manipulate, pressure some decisions with ballot initiatives, and we'll talk about that later. But it was really, we want some good news right now. We want some good news. And so I really felt good when I read that the district was one of the places that said, you may have what's publicly available and no more. And that was really good, and I feel really good about that.
And Amit, what's been, from the headlines, had your attention that you're concerned about?
Yeah, I would say the thing that's most on my mind is the dissemination of disinformation, including about an alleged epidemic of non-citizen voting. More generally, just kind of the dissemination of disinformation and the idea that there are not shared facts and shared reality that we have. And to the extent that we have reasonable disagreements about factual issues, do we have an agreed upon process by which we can resolve those disagreements? And so, that brings to mind the thing that's really been most on my mind the last couple of days is an issue that doesn't directly deal with elections, but I think it has everything to do with elections in a wider sense, and that is the tariff decision that came out of the Supreme Court and the administration's response to it. And that is to say, you have a disagreement about questions, in that case, questions of law, reasonable disagreements perhaps, but we have a process that has been in place in this country for hundreds of years, ever since Marbury v. Madison, where the Supreme Court said it is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. That's the role of the Supreme Court. And the court comes out with a decision, and instead of honoring and respecting it, we see not just a ventilation of respectful disagreement, but an assault, an open assault on the court, on the integrity of the justices. And that, I think, is profoundly concerning and could potentially have very dangerous implications, not just for the rule of law, but in particular in the context of election administration.
Thank you. So I think we want to zoom out a little bit. For those of you that were here yesterday, you heard the opening remarks from our founder, Heath Mayo, and he made reference to the fact that there are some systemic issues with our nation's election system, our branches of government. So in terms of systemic reform, Michael, I'm going to take this one to you. What issues do we have on the systemic level? Because until we fix the system, if you keep putting different people in, it's a process problem, it's not a people problem. How can we fix election systems? We've seen there are loopholes that are being exploited. What jumps out at you as issues that impact integrity and security just on the big picture level?
Well, thanks. Good question. I would first start out, so I used to work in the international democracy space and did a lot of international election observation, and so I would take that lens and just say, like, all right, break down the components of the US election system. We actually have a lot of strengths. Our election administration is very strong. It is decentralized. We have brave election officials at every level who are fighting the fight to defend and carry out elections effectively despite harassment, intimidation, and what we've seen a lot of turnover in the last few years due to some of that. So our election administration is an absolute strength, and they've proven that in recent election cycles. Another strength is our courts. Our election dispute resolution processes are strong and have proven resilient against cases that may be spurious. And then we have space for genuine competition, political competition. So we should acknowledge the good things first. But like you said, there's significant structural problems. We have, gerrymandered House districts. I think it's something like 9 out of 10 almost are uncompetitive. We have an electoral college that unfortunately distorts the vote a bit. We have closed primaries. I know you're working on open primaries. We have a lot of things that skew representation and concentrate power and create incentives for polarization. So there's structural things there. Campaign finance, money in politics is a big problem. We don't have time to talk about that details. Voter access and participation, there are still some challenges with barriers. Again, working internationally, it is extremely disappointing to see the turnout that we have in the US. 40% during midterms, maybe up to 60% during presidential years. That is abysmal compared to other democracies around the world. And then I would say the information environment, as Amit said, is another concern. So solutions, we could, there's no silver bullet. Structural reforms are crucial. I would argue that ending gerrymandering is a really crucial reform, and there's three specific federal level legislation bills that could be done by Congress to change that are very clearly a bipartisan issue to change. I think strengthening Article 1, Section 4, the Elections Clause, we have a playbook called We the People Playbook, and one of those points is let's strengthen Article 1, Section 4, which says the states have a right to run elections and only Congress and not the executive branch. So there's some specific guardrails that could be added to that to protect against some of the executive overreach that we're seeing now and might see in the future by Democratic presidents, to be honest. And then I think the information environment, I won't repeat what Amit said, but we need much more robust voter education. We need much more robust civic engagement efforts. We need much more robust pre-bunking of false election narratives, not waiting to debunk after the fact, which we know is not effective. So I would put those three categories as sort of top priority. And then, of course, money and politics reform, but we're not going to get into that as much as we'd like.
We could have a whole other panel about that. That's a topic for another day. Lisa, you and I are both lovers of ballot initiatives, so I want to unpack ballot initiatives a little bit more, maybe for people who aren't as familiar with that form of direct democracy. 26 states and district have the ability to put ballot initiatives on. You've had great success with that in DC, so one, we want to hear about your success story, because I do feel like there's just been so much doom and gloom out there. We need to hear the success stories because they are inspiring to people who know that they can get involved in these things, they can make a difference. But like many things, we've seen that process can be manipulated. So we want to talk a little bit about not only ballot initiatives and the process itself, but kind of
Actually, it started out with me being selfish. I had left the Democratic Party, but didn't realize that I was disenfranchising myself. I lost the right to vote in primaries in DC. And I faced this moment of, well, do I rejoin the party or do I change the system? I decided I would change the system. So, and that was not an easy decision to make. And there were some other folks in DC who wanted to implement ranked choice voting in DC. Our primaries really are the only game in town, and only a sliver of voters come out for primaries in DC, just like every place else. So we were ending up with a council and a mayor who were elected in most cases by a minority of folks. And so we decided, let's bring both of these issues together. They're very powerful issues that put voters first, and let's take it to the people. Let the people vote. Let the people decide. And we won 73%, which was incredible. And in a year, 2024, where there were 6 other similar ballot initiatives, we're the only ones who won. The process is not for the meek. If you are afraid of being challenged, don't do it. If you don't like to be called names, don't do it. If you if you take things too personally, don't do it. But if you can develop a tough outer shell, if you believe in what you're doing, if you have a good board of elections that is neutral, that's all you need is neutrality, and then do the hard work. And in DC, we won. Of course, winning is not the only thing. Then you need to get it funded, and I won't get into all of those specifics, but it's really amazing. It's an amazing process. And when you can say 73% of voters are behind this, it really becomes about we the people. Really, really. 73%, I mean, when's the last time 73% of people agreed on anything?
Those numbers are amazing. Can we give Lisa a little round of applause?
Thank you. And not every place, as you said, 26 states in the District of Columbia do support ballot initiative processes. I will say that when we gained subject matter approval, one of the members of our council was busy trying to thwart the process and trying to go behind, and sort of rewrite history. That didn't happen. But it is a really powerful tool, because then you have this success, and all you need is funding, like as if that's simple, but you just need the funding. And when you have that many people behind you and that many people excited, and when it is about changing how people vote, it is so critical that you just keep pushing. I don't know how I do it, but I love it. It's fun, and it's a challenge. And I will say that we are still up against political opposition. The DC State Democratic Committee still has us in court. But you know what? On June 16th, we will have our first primaries run with a ranked choice voting system.
All right, thank you. Of statutes and regulations that govern elections, both at the federal and the individual state level. And we're seeing an increase in litigation over election-related topics in recent years. Can you talk a little bit about give people some insights on how to navigate those complex statutes and regulations?
Yeah, sure. It's a big question, and it's kind of hard to answer with just at a really high level of generality, kind of about the entire universe of cases. I guess I would say with respect to the Slaughter case, my experience, the things that concern me in connection with that case are 2 aspects of the Trump administration's position in that case that pertain to the topic that we're talking about today. So the first is on the merits. The Trump administration's position is that the president has the right to fire the heads of independent agencies, including the heads of election-related agencies like the Federal Election Commission, like the Election Administration Commission, that he has the right to fire them, not just if they do something wrong. Because I think the vast majority of people would say, look, if they're doing something wrong, and if maybe even a reasonable person could say that they're doing something wrong, maybe the president should have the authority to fire them, and that's fine. The authority that is being asserted is the authority to fire them for a bad reason, or for no reason at all, because of their race, because of their sex, because of their party affiliation, because they refuse to do something illegal, because they refuse to investigate one of the president's political opponents. And I don't know anyone who thinks that that is a good idea as a matter of social policy, to have something as important as election administration, that almost everyone would say that should be nonpartisan, that you should be able to fire someone because they are not taking action that is not in the best interest of the country and instead is just motivated by partisan political animus or something like that. So that is an aspect of the administration's position on the merits issue in Slaughter that is of concern to me and that I think should be of concern to all Americans. There's another aspect of the Slaughter case that doesn't really get that much attention, but also has implications for rule of law and for some of the subjects that we're talking about today. And that is their position on the remedial issue of what happens, what can a court do if the president takes action, in that case firing the head of an independent agency that is illegal. It is in contravention of a statute that's enacted by Congress and is upheld by the courts. And the administration's position is the federal courts are completely powerless to offer any kind of meaningful remedy if the president illegally fires the head, say, for example, of the Federal Election Commission or the Election Administration Commission in violation of a valid federal law. Think about that for a second. That there is nothing that any court anywhere at any time can do to remedy what would be, in that hypothetical, a conceded violation of federal law. And that strikes me as an altogether untenable position, and again, something that should be of concern to all Americans, because it goes to kind of not just the specific issue in that case, but more broadly, what is our commitment to the rule of law? What is our commitment to the idea that there should be constraints on the exercise of power? What is our commitment to the idea that when we have good faith, honorable disagreements about what the facts are or what the law are, that we have this impartial judiciary that we can turn to, and when they come to a judgment, then that judgment needs to be honored and respected, and it'll be implemented by the executive branch. So I guess those are things that, in connection with my work on the Slaughter case, have been very much on my mind, and I hope that starts to answer the really important question that you asked.
It does. Thank you. And one of the things that's great about the Principles First Summit is that we have so many attendees who are really engaged, that want to be involved. And I think whether we're talking about elections, rule of law, any of the topics that we've been able to cover here this weekend, the number one question that we hear from our members is, what can I do? So I think that we just want to touch base with each of you on that important question. If somebody is concerned about election integrity, election security, what are tangible steps that people can do to get involved, to stay involved, and to ensure that, particularly with the concerns relating to the midterm election coming up in November, that things are following the proper process, that they are lawful, and ultimately that they are fair?
Okay, I'll kick it off. I think it's really important right now because what we're seeing is unprecedented attacks on the guardrails of our elections. But that being said, we don't want to scare people so much that they end up becoming disillusioned. I've seen that happen in other countries where there's maybe an authoritarian pressure or backsliding, and people say, like, you know, I'm done, I'm out. We don't want that, right? We want to make sure that there's positive messaging for people to get engaged. So I would say at the individual level and at the organizational level, there's different things. At the individual level, we and our colleagues can all get out and become poll workers. We can engage in the process. We can volunteer to be election observers. We can be election judges, right? You can get involved in the process. We also, a lot of us are community leaders. And to demonstrate in your community, whether that's as a faith leader or a veterans leader or whatever group you're engaged in, to demonstrate to people like, look, the process works. Elections work. Like, let's get involved. Let's see how this works and understand that we can trust the process. I think a third thing that Issue 1 we're going to be working with, and I know a lot of other organizations are doing, is to get people mobilized to take action, to tell their politicians we don't want to see fair elections tilted. We don't want to see our free and fair elections meddled with. And to do that in advance so that the decision makers, whether they be governors, members of Congress, secretaries of state, or other people who might be able to enable manipulation or enable federal troops to come into a state around elections or other things, they know in advance the cost of doing that will be quite high with their voters. And we need to deter that behavior. We can't wait until it happens. So we want to mobilize people to start demonstrating that with calls and letters and everything else to say, like, we want to protect fair elections. We don't want ICE agents in our polls or other things. At the organizational level, I would say, keeping our eye on the ball, keeping our eye on what's important, and really working together. Lessons abroad, again, I'll draw from. Cross-sectoral efforts, collaboration across civil society groups, whether that be, like I said, the business communities, veterans communities, faith communities, and pro-democracy communities need to work together across sectors to ensure that there's protection for if things do go south, everybody is on the same page, that we're not going to stand for this. And then I think another crucial thing is we all have to get much better at helping our constituents connect elections to their everyday lives. Why do elections matter to them? They matter because it's the only way they can hold their elected leaders accountable. The quality of your roads, the quality of your schools, the quality of your health care, your rights, your freedoms, all depend on you being engaged in this process and actively beyond voting. So I think that's something we've sort of had a shortcoming on over the past several years, and we really need to focus on that right now and get people engaged to protect our free and fair elections.
Lisa, what's your advice for people who want to know what they can do?
Yeah, first and foremost, vote. Vote, make a plan, vote in primaries, so important. And tell people about your plan. Tell 5 people about your plan. Get involved in voter education. That's the second thing I would say. Probably where you live, there's a League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters is phenomenal with voter education. So contact your local League of Women Voters. Ask them when they will have their next education series. Tell them you want to help. They need volunteers, and they register people to vote. It is so, so important to get people excited about voting. And then I want to echo what you said. Volunteer yourself to become a poll worker. The Board of Elections in your local area is looking for volunteers. I know in DC, you can go to the Board of Elections site, and there's some place right there. You click down, you volunteer, and you get to meet some of your neighbors. And it's a very exciting day for a lot of people. And I will tell you, what is most exciting is when you see people who are voting for the first time, and they're like, I'm a first-time voter. Yes, awesome, welcome. And I also love it when people bring their kids. My parents brought me to the polls. So you can be involved with your community. Again, very important. And please, please vote in primaries. It's so important.
As a mom, I just want to say I love that last point that you made. I do bring my kid with me when I go vote, so that is important. It's all about the next generation, right?
Yes.
Amit, what advice do you have for people who are curious about what they can do to preserve election integrity?
So I am fortunate to work for an organization called Protect Democracy, and we get that question all the time. And so what I will direct you to is go onto our website, look under the news and updates section of our homepage, and you will find there a document that identifies no fewer than 29 concrete steps that ordinary citizens can take to get involved in their communities and to be a part of this grand pro-democracy fight. So there's a lot of guidance out there. There's a lot of energy that I feel out there right now. People are worked up and they want to fight for our democracy and for the rule of law, and every single one of us has things that we can do. You can be a lawyer, you don't have to be a lawyer. You can go to your local polling place and be a nonpartisan worker. You can engage your neighbor in conversation just to deal with that information ecosystem problem we were talking about earlier, about just trying to come up with shared facts so that this disinformation that is spread and that has such a corrosive effect on our democracy, so that you deal with that at the ground level before it festers into the kind of problem that, as was mentioned, sometimes it gets too late to talk about. So I guess first I'd say, look at those 29 steps. I think there's some good advice and some options there for getting involved. I do want to follow up, if I may, for a second on something that was said about the attitude and the mindset that we need at this point in time, and that really resonates with me. A couple of things resonate. First, the thing that resonates most is what you said about it being fun. It is fun. You know, a lot of people are demoralized these days. I don't feel demoralized at all. I feel energized, and I feel like it is so much fun to be a small part of this pro-democracy movement and do it because it's the right thing to do, but also do it because it's fun and it's immensely satisfying. The other thing I would say is I think the attitudinal challenge that we face in dealing with this current predicament is striking the right balance between two different things. One is apprehending the nature of the threat, and at the same time to do that in a way that doesn't leave you demoralized. And so the way I like to describe it sometimes is, sometimes people ask me, what is your assessment of the threat level on a scale of 1 to 10? And I say candidly, I'm at a 10. Like, I think it's that bad. But that doesn't mean that we can't win this fight. That doesn't mean that there's anything inevitable about a decline into authoritarianism. It just means that we need to wake up and open our eyes to unpleasant realities about what's happening around us. But can we win this fight? Absolutely. We all have the tools at our disposal to vindicate rule of law principles that have been around for centuries and that have made this democracy work. There's a quote from a great Churchill speech that really sort of speaks to me and that I think speaks to our time. And that is, there was a speech in which he said something like, "A preponderance of power is on our side. It has but to be combined to be obeyed." And I think that was true of Europe in the 1930s. It's true in the United States today for the pro-democracy movement. There is absolutely a substantial majority of the American people who believe that we should have free and fair elections, that if the Supreme Court of the United States comes out with a decision issued in good faith, that the President of the United States should respect and honor and follow that decision. There's a substantial majority of the American people who believe that. We just need to put aside things that don't matter, put aside partisan commitments and subordinate them to our overarching commitment to principles of American democracy and the rule of law. And that's an absolutely winnable fight.
Thank you. All right, we are starting to run out of time. I think we have time for maybe one or two quick questions from the audience.
How you guys doing? My name is Josh Roltenberg. Just for full transparency, I'm the co-author with Rory's upcoming book about ending partisan gerrymandering.
Who let you in here?
Obviously, this is a topic that has been going on for hundreds of years in this country. And so while I agree the administering of elections come early voting, come election day is safe and secure, before you ever get to that point, a lot of this is in the hands of politicians. So why should people trust the systems that are in place if politicians still have access to draw these maps?
Do you want to jump in?
I could jump in for a little bit on that and totally agree. Partisan gerrymandering is one of the deepest structural problems with our elections. Like we said, I mean, I think it's something like almost 90% of our congressional races are non-competitive. And the result of this is that politicians are picking their voters. The voters are not picking their elected officials. And that's really, that gets to the heart of the issue. In addition to that, the polarization that's caused by this is tremendous. So that's why we have gridlock in Congress. That's why our partisan politics are such, at such polarized ends. Now, the solution is difficult, as we've known, right? State level initiatives, there's a lot of promising ones. You all are writing about it. The courts have said essentially, Supreme Court says we're not getting involved. We can't get involved in partisan gerrymandering. So what's left? Congress. Congress is left. There are three things Congress could do to end gerrymandering and to allow us to have better, fair representation. One, they can ban mid-decade gerrymandering unless by a court order. Everybody should agree on that. There should not be mid-decade gerrymandering.
Evan Kiley is really happy to hear you say that.
Yeah, a couple of people who are getting gerrymandered out and on the Democrats and Republican sides have introduced bills, so bring them together and get it passed. Second, just basic standards for redistricting at the federal level. With a couple of key standards, we could improve the way redistricting is done. And then third, requiring independent redistricting commissions like we see in 11 states. If that was done at the federal level, you don't have one bad apple like a Texas or anybody else who can decide to start mid-decade gerrymandering, and then that triggers everybody else to get rid of their commissions. So we need a federal requirement for independent redistricting. And we've seen in those states that have done it, there's a better, fairer representation. Voters trust the elections more. So let's get those three things done at the congressional level.
Yeah, systemically, independent redistricting is what we need. At an individual level, if you're wondering why I said vote in primaries, this is why. In 2022, 88% of House seats were safe and only 8% of voters voted in the primaries. And this is why we have the Congress that we have. And so I don't want people to feel that you don't individually have power. You have power. You need to get involved. You need to learn who's running in the primaries, and you need to vote in the primaries.
Do you want to have the last word?
A couple of ideas that are out there. I guess one is Protect Democracy has been working on proposed legislation that's being introduced into state legislatures that would provide for state laws that provide mechanisms for vindicating federal constitutional rights. And the model legislation is called the UCRA, so I would look into that because I think that's a really good option when the federal government is not doing its job of enforcing federal rights. Another proposal that I think is worth looking at is fusion voting. That's, again, something that my colleagues at Protect Democracy have done a great job working on. And that's basically the idea that you should have a candidate, the same candidate, who could be nominated by multiple parties. But it's a way of kind of moderating political discourse and allowing people to support the candidate that they want and at the same time to support moderation within political parties.
All right. Thank you very much to our panel.
Good morning. I'm Dave Thule, retired Army National Guardsman from Minnesota and Chair of the Principal Executive Committee. It's my honor to introduce your next panel. Corey Shockey is a defense policy expert and scholar whose work focuses on civil-military relations, national security, and democratic governance. Luis Caldera served as Secretary of the Army and has held senior roles in defense and public service. Steve Abbott is a retired U.S. Navy admiral with experience in military leadership and national security operations. And Mark Hertling is a retired U.S. Army lieutenant general with decades of senior command experience and a focus on leadership and institutional responsibility. Here we are.
So, you're right, these guys do deserve an ovation. So, let me start by asking about the oath, because all three of you took the oath to the Constitution. And since that's the title of this session, let's maybe start by why you think it's important to take the oath to the Constitution. Secretary Caldera.
So when you take the oath to the Constitution and to uphold the laws of our country, it's different because it is to the country, it's to the preservation of the country and its interests. It's not to any individual, it's not to any party, it's not to any political leader. And over the course of your career, that may change, but what will not change is your obligation to do your duty to the nation.
Admiral Abbott.
So I was interested to read that there are still quite a few countries where when you swear an oath as a military person, you're swearing it to an individual, a monarch, and our British friends do, or actually in some cases to a political party. If you're in the Chinese military, you swear an oath to the Chinese Communist Party. And the military is actually an arm of a political party. But our oath, since the early days of the country, is to the Constitution, not to an individual. And it was purposely made that way so that we didn't have a military which became captured by a single individual.
General Hertling.
I'm going to reflect a little bit on what both of these gentlemen, who I admire greatly, just said, and start off by saying there's a differentiation that not many people know about. And that's the difference between the enlisted oath for soldiers and the officer's oath. The enlisted oath talks about, well, first of all, it says, I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I take this obligation freely. But it also says, I will obey the orders of the President and the officers appointed over me. That segment of the oath is not in the officer's oath, and not many people know that. But it's there specifically and put there specifically by Congress and through our Constitution, because in the officer's oath it says, "I will well and faithfully execute these duties upon which I am about to enter, and I take this obligation willingly without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion." It says nothing about obeying anyone's orders. So there's this very interesting dynamic in the two oaths, where soldiers are expected to take the oath from either the president or the officers. Officers have a value judgment involved in this, and they have to be literally the breach between illegalities, unlawful issues, and ensuring they protect the soldiers from not doing anything, as we just talked about. I want to reinforce what Admiral Abbott said. When I was commander of U.S. Army Europe, I used to actually go around to different countries. For those who don't know, there are 49 different countries in Europe, 54 in Africa, and I've eaten and drank from my country in each one of those. And I always would ask soldiers from different countries, usually through an interpreter, what do you swear the oath to defend? Monarchs, motherland, fatherland, kings, queens, presidents. So they do take the oath to specific things. And what's great about our oath is we take an oath to ideas and values and what our nation believes in. And there's only 2 countries that I know of that do the same thing, and both of those countries were ones that we helped establish their constitution. And I won't tell you who those 2 countries are, but you can try and Google them and see what ChatGPT says about it, okay?
So I want to pick up on the point about lawful orders, because one of the things that concerns me in civil-military relations is that in recent military activity, the attacks on boats in the Caribbean, for example, our public discourse has telescoped very quickly down into, should the military have carried out this order? And it concerns me because that is excusing the president issuing the order, the Secretary of Defense transmitting the order. The American system is predicated on a belief that orders are legal. And so, Secretary Caldera, could you reflect on how you think about that? How do we reestablish accountability at higher levels on the civilian side?
That's a very important question. There are scholars such as yourself who focus on this question of what does it mean to have healthy civil-military relations, healthy relations between our career uniformed military with their incredible experience and education in military affairs, who have to lead our men and women in uniform, and the civilian leaders, often political appointees, who maybe are only serving for a few years in these positions of incredible trust, and the electorate that elects those individuals. And to have healthy civil-military relations, you have to have very strong trust between the military and the civilian leaders with respect for each other's roles. And that requires adhering to certain norms and values, including, as a civilian leader, don't ask the military to do things that you know are illegal, because you've put them in a terrible place when you ask, whether it's the senior leadership or the soldier and Marine down on the ground, when you ask them to be the one who has to judge whether an order is lawful or unlawful. And clearly there are orders that we know are unlawful. Kill civilians or prisoners of war clearly are unlawful. But there's a lot of other orders that may also strike you both on a moral level and on a legal level as wrong. And we don't want to put our service members in jeopardy. Ever since World War II, the Nuremberg trials, the defense to a court-martial or an international criminal proceeding of saying, I was only following orders, has been refuted. That is not a defense. So we literally could put young men and women in jeopardy for criminal prosecution in international tribunals or in our own U.S. tribunals because of illegal orders.
It's hard for me to imagine the American government would actually make service women and men available to international tribunals. But one of the important points you raise is that the civilian leadership bears the responsibility in this because they are the ones issuing the orders. There's a military ethicist, Pauline Shanks-Curran, who identified the problem of the unprincipled principle. And I think that's actually where we are in the Trump administration. Admiral Abbott, what counsel do you give to people on active duty about how to navigate this difficult moment where I think the military is under politicization pressure that we haven't seen since at least the constitutional crisis of 1867?
So I endorse all of the comments from Secretary Caldera, and I do see the challenge that exists for individuals at all ranks and rates on this issue of what's a legal order. It's absolutely foundational to our country that we have a military that is subordinate to civilian control. And so there's an expectation that the orders that will be given by the civilian leadership are in fact appropriate and need to be followed. And that's, in fact, what our military does. And it has been the case, broadly speaking, over the 250 years of the country, that that was a reasonable expectation. So civil-military relations have worked properly, mostly, but there have been some recent developments that caused that calculation to come into question. And it may have been discussed in a previous panel, but we had a decision by the Supreme Court that provided immunity to the president for decisions taken by him during his presidency, and therefore the at least logical possibility that he could issue an unlawful order without suffering consequences. That poses a significant dilemma for subordinates, and it's one that the military is having to deal with in the current circumstance. Political analysis since Sun Tzu and Clausewitz and now Dr. Shockey understand that it's absolutely crucial to contain the military and prevent it from becoming a force that endangers the civilian leadership. But it's a two-way street, and the responsibility exists on both sides to perform in a professional and moral way.
And it's not just the Trump yeah. And it's not just the Trump administration, but there's politicization pressure in the Congress as well. The example that I think is most egregious is Senator Tuberville holding up the promotions and assignments of over 400 servicemen and women in order to put pressure on a policy the military had nothing to do with. Mark, General Hertling, not only are you a veteran, but the Hertlings are a military family. How do you, and you've just written a beautiful book about what you told your sons when you were deployed in Iraq. How do you talk to the other members of the Hertling family about these challenges?
Oh, that's Chatham House rules, Dr. Chonky. I can't say what we talk about internal because our two sons will beat me up and leave me for dead. Yeah, I shouldn't say this, but our oldest son is a brigade commander currently at Fort Hood, Texas. Our youngest son and his wife were both service members with multiple tours in Iraq. They are both out now, but both still working for the U.S. government in a job I can't talk about or I'd have to kill you. And we have had a lot of these discussions, especially with our oldest son, because he is concerned and anxious about the current state of affairs. What will he be asked to do? And like all officers, truthfully, and Secretary Cabrera brought this up, when you are an officer, your loyalty is not only to the Constitution and to a lesser degree your bosses, but it's also to a greater degree towards your soldiers. Because as that officer, you are, like I said earlier, the bridge between the two. So if you're given an illegal order, everyone in the American society tends to say, well, just resign. Well, you then lose the loyalty to the soldiers under your charge because you're responsible for protecting them. Soldiers or sailors, pardon me, Admiral Abbott, the lesser beings of our panel here. Beat Navy.
The Navy's private army would like a word, Mark.
That's true. But you can see my point. You know, that officer who is given an illegal order, someone in any administration may say, don't worry about it, execute it, and we'll pardon you if it's a war crime. Oh, man, you're really into slippery territory then. But even if you believe that, and there are instances of pardoning war criminals in the first Trump administration, 2 individuals particularly who were turned in by their men for killing civilians on the battlefield in Iraq and Afghanistan. So you're running into that dicey legal implication. And there's very few commanders of any of our combat units who are also lawyers. So you depend on the lawyers to help you out. It's interesting, if I can say this, when I got into the private sector, I was amazed at how there wasn't a lawyer on the hip of every CEO that I worked with. But they are on the hip of every military commander, that's for sure, to make sure they are doing the right things.
But I really want to emphasize that the military cannot save the republic, my friends, and we shouldn't want it to, because it is true that every military commander has got a lawyer at their elbow, but that does not remove responsibility, authority, or responsibility from that commander for the choice they make. And I don't know how many lawyers you know, but they don't often say yes or no. They say, here are 4 things I think you might want to consider as you make your decision. Yep. Moreover, the Judge Advocate General's legal view gets trumped by the Secretary of Defense's counsel, who gets trumped by the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel. And so we very often impute a automaticity to this that the system actually doesn't provide. We have a couple of recent domestic disputes about civil-military relations that I'd love to get the 3 of your perspectives on. The first is the deployment of the National Guard and even active duty Marines to assist in immigration and law enforcement in Los Angeles, in Portland, in Chicago, and in Minneapolis. One of the things I noticed was that the Marines took their time deploying to Los Angeles, taking weeks of training before they felt comfortable in that position. The National Guard didn't have those restrictions, but the president cannot deploy active duty military without invoking the Insurrection Act. The Supreme Court just upheld this distinction. How are you thinking about National Guard usage, particularly you, Secretary Caldera?
So Steve and I we're part of different organizations. One is called Count Every Hero, and we issued recently a paper on the dangers of politicizing the military. And of the things we emphasized, one of them was that this use of the military for domestic law enforcement purposes, what the dangers are of undermining support for the military broadly. When young men and women sign up and take the oath, they do it because they want to defend the country against our enemies and adversaries in the world, not to police America's streets. And you know, when you think about the killing of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, if that had been a soldier, not a Border Patrol or ICE agent it would be terrible for the military. It would hurt recruiting. It might hurt, we count on, the military counts, it's always been treated in a bipartisan way, and we count on the support of Democratic and Republican legislators to support the budget, support the missions, take care of the troops, all of those kinds of things. And if you start turning the military into just another political interest, you potentially erode that support in a way that undermines our most critical obligation, which is to protect the nation. So that's one of our concerns.
So one of the things I've noticed about National Guardsmen and women who've been deployed in Washington, D.C., is how much they go out of their way not to be seen as an occupying army. They wore Santa hats during the holidays. They say, "Good evening, ma'am, it's cold outside, be careful." And I noticed when the governor of Minnesota called up the National Guard to confront what was happening with federal authorities acting in Minnesota, they wore hazard vests and they handed out donuts. How do you think the National Guard is navigating this politicization moment, Admiral Abbott? And how do you think, how do you rate the behavior of soldiers, in particular last week, was it at Fort Bragg, I think, Fort Benning, one of the B forts, where the president made a just shamelessly overt political speech? How should we think about that?
The National Guard and the active duty forces understand that it's absolutely crucial that the American public believe in and support their military forces. And so, although we have in place legal justification for the use of military forces within our boundaries in the Insurrection Act, which has been around since the beginning of the Republic, we understand that it needs to be rare and focused and transitional, and it should not be used, as the Posse Comitatus Act prohibits, for law enforcement. That's what these National Guardsmen are avoiding, the confusion that the American public might have that they have become an enforcement of political activity by an administration. And that would be a poisonous thing. It's complicated, interestingly, by the fact that the federal law enforcement agencies who have been responsible for some of the brutal treatment of protesters have donned, broadly speaking, military uniforms and military weapons. A friend of mine, Carl Marlantes, wrote an op-ed recently in which he said, this is an unfortunate development because, understandably, the public has a difficulty in determining who is who. And we're used to the policeman on the beat wearing the blue uniform with the double-breasted coat, not the body armor and mask and military gear that military people are used to wearing. And I would re-emphasize the point made by Corey that we don't train our military personnel to be law enforcement. We don't want them in that role. We want them to be able to defend the nation against our external enemies. So we are troubled by this politicizing of the military through these deployments. You asked about the events that took place at Fort Bragg recently, where soldiers were actually encouraged to vote, in a particular manner. That's a true violation of a prohibition of using the military as a political backdrop. And it's occurred at least nearly half a dozen times during this last year. It's a poisonous development for the civilian-military relationship.
Absolutely. So when the President and the Secretary of Defense called together 400 or so of our military leaders at Quantico several months ago, the President and the Secretary both gave very political remarks. And I was struck, Mark Hertling, at the stoic silence with which it was received, which seems to me a fingerprint of the professionalism of our military. How do you rate how are they holding up under this political pressure? And what are you worried about? Because at some point, every military reflects the society it comes from. And at some point, if we are not more disciplined in not putting political pressure on the military, at some point professionalism will crack. I don't think we're near that point. What do you think?
I'm glad you asked me that question, but before I answer it, can I say one thing? I practiced in front of the mirror this morning because I have a very dear friend by the name of Luis Cabrera. And I think I just called secretary, I think I used the wrong word and I can't get past that. So I apologize, Mr. Secretary. In terms of, first I'll address the stoicism of the admirals, generals, and senior enlisted advisors at Quantico. They did exactly what I expected them to do. I also happened to attend the West Point graduation this year because I'm class of 75. West Point has an affiliation program, so during the 4 years of a class that's your 50th anniversary, you mentor them through those 4 years. So I've been part of a team that's been mentoring the class of 25, which just graduated. And I was, I mean, it was fun. It was a good time. You get the advice of young people on a daily basis. But I was sitting next to the platform where the president was speaking, looking out over the graduates. And they also were stoic, exceedingly so. In fact, the class president, a young woman named Catherine LaRue, who's at Oxford now, before she goes to her first assignment, texted me during the presentation, and she said, "Sir, you're keeping a very good poker face." So I was very proud of myself as well. The stands, not so much. The parents and relatives and friends in the stands were, there were sections of the stands with chants and all sorts of things. And that's what happened at Fort Bragg, and that's what happened on a Navy ship where sailors and soldiers were undisciplined. So I'll reinforce what my friend just said about that. I blame the leadership for that, not the individual soldiers. Because as Dr. Shockey just said, we draw from the nation. So if the military draws from the nation as we train them in being part of a team and train them on what is right and what is wrong and giving them the values that each service has, you hope that breaks through, but they're still 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds. And my experience commanding is they are sometimes immature and do dumb things, often. So what does that say about the military writ large? What happened at West Point is those cadets got basically a reminder from the superintendent before graduation. You are apolitical. You represent the academy. You represent the Army. Don't be doing dumb things when the president's speaking. And his speech, truthfully, was appalling. There were some things in it that were just embarrassing to me, seeing those 1,200 or so brand new second lieutenants in front of them getting off on their foot. But like most people who go to graduations, they were probably not paying any attention to the speaker, which is good. But I hope that kind of answered your question, Corey, in terms of what is expected of the leaders in the military and what kind of reminders should we give the young soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Coast Guardsmen, and Space Guardians, and all the others in terms of what right looks like. And it's the same thing you all are hearing from a lot of the speakers up here. What does right look like, and how do we stand up for it? And don't be cowards when it's time to stand up.
So we have only 46, yeah, well done, General Hertling. So we have only 40 seconds left on this panel, and I want to ask Admiral Abbott and Secretary Caldera for each of you to give one piece of advice, one thing you wish Americans understood about our military and its relationship to civilians. Admiral Abbott.
We need everybody in this country to participate in our democracy. And so part of my message is, let's all pitch in. We, are former military veterans, and we served, but we ought to be continuing to serve, and we ought to be saying to all Americans, the democracy won't last, it won't prosper, it won't serve us unless we all work to support it. Doing what you can, where you are, with what you have. There were 7 presidents who were senior military officers. I hope a whole bunch of additional military will serve the country in the future in whatever role they find is appropriate, but we all need to pitch in.
Yep, democracy is not a spectator sport, my friends. Secretary Caldera, you get the last word.
So serving in uniform, I think, is an incredible formative experience, especially these young men and women who serve all over the world. Really gives you a different perspective on our nation's role in the world to promote peace and stability and help people have a better way of life by preserving that stability. But it also comes with its risks. So when moms and dad entrust us with their young men and women, we have to do our best to train them, protect them, and when we send them out, make sure that they are the kinds of missions that are worthy of their sacrifices. And that really, to misuse the military for domestic purposes, political purposes, missions that we're taking on without our friends and allies in the world, all of that it increases the risk for them. And so we should be very careful when we use our military.
My friends, won't you join me in thanking these 3 incredible Americans?